9601 Jonesboro 98.
C-17, there's a bag of trash out there. I was going to turn around and get it. Can you pick that out of the road? Sure, fine.
Hello, check, check, check. Hopefully you hear good audio. This is James, the content creator, Natural State Transparency. Hopefully you're hearing me. We're coming live from Greene County up here in Northeast Arkansas. Currently, I'm right off 412. And we are sitting at the Dollar General parking lot. I know, that's very vague, considering there's a Dollar General about every half mile throughout Arkansas. But I'm sitting at the Dollar General just to the west of Paragould right now, at the Dollar General parking lot right off of US 412, just to the west of Paragould, to the east of a town called Light. And I am sitting here because they are making a lot of traffic stops in this little stretch. And I've been monitoring the radio now for over an hour and been hearing several troopers out here making traffic stops on US 412 to the west of Paragould. So I thought that we would show up and go live. And I'm trying something different tonight. You'll notice on the right corner of your screen, you see me. I've got a camera propped up here in the car. Now, it doesn't have night vision, so there's going to be periods of time where you're not going to be able to see me. But if I'm in a situation that has light, you'll actually be able to see me driving. And so we are just live here in Northeast Arkansas tonight, just rolling around, kind of piddling around. I hope everybody's doing well tonight. If you don't mind, while you are thinking about it and it's fresh on your mind, smash that like button real quick and share the love to the channel. We appreciate it. We need all the likes we can get. Please hit the like button. Please, pretty please, hit the like button. It'd really help me out. Now, I don't really have a destination in mind tonight. Outside of I'm going to keep it up here in the Northeast and kind of drive around, and we're going to monitor the radio. I'm solo tonight. It's just me doing the live stream tonight. Miss Elizabeth is off tonight. And so it's just us tonight. I think I'm going to head back towards Walnut Ridge. So I'm in Greene County right here, just west of Paragould. If you're looking on the map, if you're looking at a map of Arkansas, you just pull your map up there, just look up Paragould, Arkansas, look to the west of town, and that is where I'm at. And I think I'm going to head back toward maybe Pocahontas. I've been monitoring their radio traffic as well. I just passed a trooper not 5 minutes ago, And I can tell you that the trooper I've been seeing out here making traffic stops is C40. That is Corporal Aaron Morphus. And you definitely know who that is because I featured him probably 12 to 15 times on my channel. So Corporal Aaron Morphus is out here tonight working somewhere. Maybe somebody will tip him off out there in the world and say, hey, NST's live in your area. That'd be pretty cool. Hopefully, we do not lag and we do not buffer very bad. I hope I've got the settings tweaked on here tonight. We're running it on the laptop tonight to try this out. And so please put in the comments if it seems like it's doing terrible or the audio's crap or, you know, it's buffering too much. I would appreciate it. Sometimes, guys, I don't know we're buffering until you tell me in the chat. So it is imperative that you actively participate. I need you to participate, please. If we're buffering real bad, please put it in the comments. I hope everybody's doing well tonight. I can briefly look at your comments right now. Of course, I've got to focus on driving, but I can, see that we have a lot of folks in the chat tonight. I see that we have Ducks Our Life 78 just came through. Thanks for all you do. Well, thank you for that. We certainly appreciate that. Certainly I'll tell you, I'm a generous channel content creator. I don't expect donations, but certainly donations go a long way towards, I like to say, greasing the wheel. That's what keeps the requests paid for coming in so we can look at content. That keeps me in coffee. It keeps me in gasoline in the car. Keeps maintenance on the car so we can do these live streams and talk about Arkansas and the breaking events that are happening around here. So thank you so much for that, and anyone else who considers donating tonight. It is certainly never expected, always appreciated. We're currently westbound on US 412. We're going to come into a little town called Light. There is also an interesting person out here making traffic stops tonight too. That would be somebody from CID, or I would call him an Arkansas State Police special agent. A special agent with the call sign at 9601 is making traffic stops. They last made a traffic stop on US 63 in Bono and Craighead County just about 5-7 minutes ago. He's made 3 traffic stops since I've been listening, so I don't know what's going on with that. Just a little interesting, worthy of mention there. So you're not going to see much until I get to a city. We're in between Paragould and Walnut Ridge right now. And, it's dark. So I'm sorry for probably at least the next 10 minutes. You're not going to see much. I'll take you the old highway here in Light. This is the little town of Light here in far western Greene County. You never know, there might be a trooper out here somewhere. Son of the Republic, 7737, for coffee and maintenance. Be safe, James. Thank you so much for that. Yes. Coffee and maintenance and all of that jazz. I certainly appreciate it. Thank you so much. And to everybody else who's commenting right now. I can't get to all the comments at the moment. But certainly when I can pull over, I'll definitely get to your comments, but certainly take some questions and everything else. I like to say this one time per broadcast that we are not out here to take any kind of law enforcement action. So if you're new to the channel or you don't know what our purpose is, we are not the police. We are not out here taking law enforcement action in any kind of way. I'm just a street journalist who's trying to show you a thing or two. Maybe we can learn a thing or two together. That's what I like to always say. So again, we're not out here to try to, take any law enforcement action or any of that kind of stuff. We're not out here trying to be the police or nothing like that. We're just out here monitoring the radio waves and seeing what's happening and reporting on it. We're currently monitoring Arkansas State Police Troop C. We are monitoring the Pocahontas Police Department. We're monitoring the Randolph County Sheriff as well. So that's kind of the deal on that. James, you're trying to teach old dogs new tricks. Yes. Yeah. And the new dogs. Hopefully the new dogs are watching too, because they're actually the ones that really need to learn. I don't see Corporal Morphus out here anymore. I don't know if he took a side highway and got off of here or what. That's why I'm getting out of here, because by the time I went live, I think they left. But a big shout out to Troop C. Anybody that's working tonight out of the Troop C, Jonesboro region, Arkansas State Police, big shout out to the troopers out there. Sheriff's Department, City Police, town marshals, constables, anybody that's related to the profession that's out working tonight that happens to be watching Natural State Transparency, well, big shout out to you. And all the citizens across Arkansas who've tuned in and across the world, for that matter. All of our worldly viewers from around the globe. We have folks from Australia, Thailand, the UK, Germany, New Zealand, and I appreciate you checking us out right here in our little corner of the world in Arkansas here. So we are right now about to cross into Lawrence County, which is where Walnut Ridge is. And that's also a different troop. That's Troop B. So we're going to turn that on our radio as well so we can monitor Troop B. VAT 74. Gas and some Monsters and Red Bull, LOL. Well, thank you so much for that. I almost missed it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And yours truly is probably going to have to stop and get something to drink anyway, because I am kind of thirsty. I've got a little bit of bottled water. I might want a small coffee. Why not? I just should have probably just waited to go live till I was in Walnut Ridge, to be honest with you. That's okay. Sunday night here in Arkansas. It's currently clear outside. The weather conditions are good. It's kind of chilly outside. According to my computer, it's 40 degrees in Walnut Ridge. Clear skies, no rain, no wet streets. So it's not windy. Pretty good conditions tonight for doing a live stream. So when I go to Walnut Ridge, I'm going to grab a cup of coffee. Then we're going to head north and go to Pocahontas. You know, I don't go up to Randolph County that much for live streams. There's not a lot up there. But they have been rather busy tonight. They put out 3 different calls. Since I've been monitoring the radios, they had a woman that was screaming for help earlier in a unlicensed Dodge Charger, and then the person that called the police asked them if they needed help, and they said they didn't, but she thought it was like a domestic situation that the police should check out. So Pocahontas PD was searching the area for an unlicensed vehicle, a Dodge Charger with a woman that was possibly in distress. And they also had a call at Wal-Mart, Pocahontas. I think it was a theft call. They didn't advise. It was something to meet the manager. I think it might have had to do with a theft. They also just had a guy that lost a tire on a trailer. It was a red pickup truck on US 62 just outside of the Pocahontas city limits, heading towards Bowden. The guy lost a tire on his trailer and he was throwing sparks, but he was continuing to drive toward Bowden from Pocahontas. So the sheriff's department started that direction to see if they could intercept him. I haven't heard an update on that. So that's what's happening right now in Randolph County, or at least in the last 20 minutes or so. That's what's been happening up in Randolph County. We will be heading that way momentarily. Again, I'm going to stop by Walnut Ridge for just a minute. We're arriving in Walnut Ridge now. We'll stop there and get me a small cup of coffee, and then we'll head north to Randolph County and see if we'll see what's going on. So if there's anybody from Randolph County, we're going to come up there and drive around a little bit. Oh, I see a comment there about I live in northeast Louisiana, and I follow your channel faithfully, and the request is feature more Jacob Bird. That is Adam 46 in Troop A in Little Rock. He is absolutely still on highway patrol during the day shift in the Little Rock area. He's doing well. I haven't heard a recent update on him, but I know that he did have a baby last year. Haven't heard any updates or anything, but presumably he's doing well, still out and about. And we can do that. We can do that. We've got We've got some surprises up our sleeve for some content. I will tell you, I've just recently submitted some for I didn't hear where he was. He just made a traffic stop just now, but I couldn't hear where he was at. So when you're up here in Northeast Arkansas, again, if you're following along and you're just curious about where I'm at, if you look on the map of Arkansas, you go into the Northeast quadrant, look for Lawrence County. Lawrence County is actually ASP Troop B out of Newport, and Randolph is Troop C out of Jonesboro. So they work together a lot of times. Sometimes incidents cross the county lines, and so it's not always uncommon sometimes to see a C trooper down here in Lawrence County and vice versa. You'll see a B trooper occasionally cross into Randolph or something, and they got a call that started in one county, but it bled over into another county, so you sometimes see that. And they all know each other, Now, this is the town of Walnut Ridge. This is also where James lives, me. That's where I live. We're here in Walnut Ridge, Arkansas, Lawrence County. Love the fire station they built here on the left. They just built this fire station. I'm going to show it to you. I know that they are proud of it. I'm proud of it. Yep. You have fire station number 3 here.
Overnight.
I don't know what the lag is about. I'm going to try to fix that real quick. I've noticed that it was lagging a little bit. Let's go get some coffee and fix the lag. I'm sure it's probably just a simple little tweak. And I can fix that. Bill Shoemate is coming. We're going to work on it. Hope you're doing well. I'm going to work on this camera footage real quick and get this lag. When we get to McDonald's, I think I know what to do. Let's see if we can make it a little better. Blake's asking if we ever patrol Highway 167 from Bald Knob to Batesville. Well, I want to say I'm not a trooper. I don't work for a police agency. I just run a channel that features them a lot. But I will tell you that would be Independence County. Well, 167 from Bald Knob is technically White County till you get to Independence. And yeah, that's all Troop B. So that's the B-20s and the B-40s that work up that way. B-20s, White County, B-40s in Independence County. Sometimes you do see them. It's two different counties, two different groups of troopers that work that. And then, of course, if you stay on 167, you get up to Sharp County. That's the B-30s. Looks like Walnut Ridge is on a traffic stop right here. So we have Walnut Ridge PD here on a traffic stop in the parking lot of the police department. And they're tossing the vehicle. So why don't we pull over and watch that? Because they've got 3 guys out and they're tossing the vehicle at the police department headquarters. I guess they made a traffic stop on the main road and they pulled in at the Walnut Ridge PD headquarters. Then I'll fix that lag problem while we're sitting here. The trooper's out with them. So we're going to see which trooper that is. I'm going to pass by once so I can see which trooper that is. That is B31. That is Corporal Moy Hawkins. Corporal Moy Hawkins is out with them. We haven't featured that much of Corporal Hawkins. He was last featured on our channel. We did a pursuit video featuring him. For you folks that remember the pursuits, you keep up with them, this might ring the bell, refresh your memory a little bit. So Corporal Hawkins got in a pursuit about 4 months ago in Porsche, and that vehicle went behind the Birdsong Peanut Factory and then hit back behind that building there was some concrete that was sticking up in the fields, and he hit one of those it's like a concrete pillar, and it completely tore his car up.
9601 Jonesboro 107. 638.
It completely tore his car up, and he flipped it, I believe. I think that's what happened, if I'm not mistaken. So we're gonna do a double back real quick, and then I'll sit up across the street in the parking lot and zoom in on them because I got the good camera tonight. And I'd like to say thank you to Pamela. I missed your comment, Pamela, so I didn't see it go out, but I want to say thank you because I'm noticing it's in the top of the chat now, and I missed that. But thank you, Pamela. Pamela. Thank you so much. Truly. I wonder if I could sit in this state agency, because this is a state parking lot right here. I think I can. So I'm pulling into the Department of Human Services building. This is a state of Arkansas building right here. I don't have the best view because there's really not a good place for me to sit except for like right here. But you can definitely see Corporal Hawkins right there. All right, let me zoom in. Let's do a zoom in. Hey, I'm looking at you. I see you.
Copy 1044.
This is Corporal Morphus on the radio. Listen to this.
Near Best Bypass, the silver Hyundai Sonata, Tennessee drive out, Queen William David, 4 David, 9 William, QWD, 4D, 9W.
Hold on, I'll focus it. Hang on just a minute. So see, tonight I have the laptop and I have the 10x zoom camera that does even better than my iPhone. And I love this camera because it has a remote control and I can zoom in and get good clear video of what's happening. So anyway, while we sit here and watch this, I am going to check a setting real quick, make sure that all of my settings are correct real quick while we watch them search this truck. Now, again, the vehicle that has the blue lights is the Walnut Ridge city officer. The other Charger is a state trooper, and the city officers are searching the vehicle. The state trooper is just standing by as backup. He's not involved. He's just letting them search the vehicle. So that's the deal.
13, be advised, 17 and 20 are both 1094 at this time.
And I'm getting a
Central will be at Wal-Mart on standby per the AP. She advised that the theft subject has entered the store and is attempting to conceal items.
Oh, okay. So we have earlier they dispatched.
Unit 13, we copied you were at Walmart, 10-9 the last year traffic.
Hang on just a minute, and I'll tell you about this in just a second.
Attempted to make contact with a theft subject.
10-4-18-43.
So Asset Protection contacted Pocahontas Police Department about 30 minutes ago. I heard that call go out. They sent a Pocahontas police unit to Walmart. Apparently, they advised of a theft suspect that was in the store earlier. Now that it has returned and is in the store stealing at this time, it's a theft in progress call. So the Pocahontas police unit is back on scene. He just advised he's attempting to make contact with the suspect in the theft.
13 Central, I'll be out with Mississippi tags.
We need to hurry up and get this coffee and get up to Pocahontas. We could have been filming this.
13-10-9 at Walnut Ridge.
Well, why don't we do that? Obviously, they didn't take anybody to jail here in Walnut Ridge.
Central 13 is last year for subject detained.
Let's fix this latency issue real quick. Just a second. And also, let me put my mobile order in real quick for the coffee so they can be doing it. Sometimes they don't have coffee this late. You know, I say that, and I don't mean to insult this town, but Walnut Ridge has got a lot of older folks in it. So actually, they do have coffee this time of night. I don't mean that as an insult. Just it's the truth. I've been lucky. But let me place my little order real quick so I can get my coffee going. Just a second, folks. Let's take a 5-minute break. Let me get this coffee and fix this one little issue I'm having with the latency on there, and then we'll move on. All right. Got that. Let's do that on the counter, though.
31 John 1086 repeat.
All right. All right, so that's done. Let's figure this out right quick. Make sure we're doing what we need to be doing here. Okay, let's check
1847.
this little setting right here. Put that on there. Got it. And then last but not least, let me check this one more setting right here that I did, and we should be good because I know what I changed here. Let's do that. Give me just one more second here. Appreciate y'all's patience. So we're going to go right there and make sure that's good. I think it's under output. Yeah, that's what I changed right there.
Negative. You made a statement. Sounded like he was stating that he was 1015 with the subject. We probably contacted him to verify if that's what he said. Same, nothing. 10-4.
All right, that should fix it. I hope it did. Guys, I'll be right back. We'll run into McDonald's and grab this coffee. Be right back. Y'all go nowhere.
Okay, so sorry I want to pay. 10-4, 1849, phase 17 and 20 is 10 after your location. Washington, 1450. For your 10. 10-4, we take 10-4,
All right. We are caffeinated, which is a good thing. All righty, we're about 12 minutes away from
1050. I'm standing by with this female until her ride gets here.
We're going to head to Pocahontas. Our ETA is about 12 minutes. Corporal Morphus in Greene County is out with a stranded motorist, and they just 1050'd him, and he said he's going to be out there until the person's ride shows up. So he's doing that right now. I think I fixed the latency problem. Do you notice that it's a little better now? At least it's more smooth as it used to be. Yay! And here I was trying to break it. Hello, Jim Music. Jim Music's in the chat. Hello to you, good sir. Hope you're doing all right. And hello to all the other regulars out there. I see Linda Zeno, Sherry K was in there earlier and not feeling good. I just didn't mention it. Glad that we have so many of the regulars. Loud Elvis is in the house. I don't always see Loud Elvis. Glad you're there. Well, hello to our NST, Wolfpack, and Diehards, as I like to call y'all. Canyon Gal 78, are you still in the chat, Miss Elizabeth? Well, I guess not. We're going to stop by Wal-Mart real quick in Pocahontas. We'll see if we can see some action. And for the ones that watch every single episode that we feature here on Natural State Transparency, we're in that stretch of highway that's between Walnut Ridge and Pocahontas where I featured a call last week. We did a traffic series episode of a woman who was feeling sidle. She was feeling sidle Sue. Sidle Sue. Just invert that. Sidle Sue, okay? And the friend called in and wanted to do a welfare check, have troopers check on her, make sure she was okay. Well, we're getting ready to be in that stretch of highway just right up here where that happened at. So for you folks that remember that episode from last week or two, right here near Lawrence and Randolph County line, we're just about to be there. It was titled "Welfare Concern" was the name of the video. Now, what makes that call interesting actually is that, and for you folks that don't know much about Arkansas, let me fill you in that they're actually working on a stretch of interstate that connects Poplar Bluff, Missouri to Walnut Ridge, Arkansas through Corning, Arkansas, okay? And that traditionally was US 67. It's a 2-lane highway when you get past Pocahontas to the Missouri border, and it's an extremely busy stretch of road. It's dangerous. I can't lie to you. I avoid it because it's so busy. It's dangerous. There's lots of 18-wheelers on that road. And, you know, the worst kind of highway you can be on is a 2-lane that gives you no room on either side. And so anyway, long story short, I guess a long time ago, probably in upwards of 20 or 30 years ago, when they, you know, because that's how long it takes to build interstates. You don't just snap your finger and an interstate is built in a year. That's not how that works. It takes 30, 40 years of planning, environmental studies, securing the funding, getting federal funding, getting state funding, getting even local funding. I mean, there's all kinds of different things that go into, you know, the bidding process for the contractor that's going to do the highway plan. It's just, you name it, it's why it takes so many years to get it done. I'm not excusing it. I'm giving you some insight. Some folks don't know what goes into planning an interstate because they want to make sure they do it right. I mean, obviously you got one shot at it. You need to do it right. So anyway, long story short, they have completed the stretch from Little Rock, or actually North Little Rock there. It's Interstate 57, and it comes up here to Walnut Ridge, and then it goes down to a 4-lane divided highway until you get to Pocahontas. Then it turns into a 2-lane, and all the way to Missouri, like I just said. And they will finally have this stretch between Walnut Ridge through Corning into Poplar Bluff, hopefully done in the next few years. They're working on the Missouri side of it now. I just was recently in Poplar Bluff, Missouri, not that long ago, and they are actively bulldozing and making lanes and paving the, you know, laying the rebar and putting in the high strength concrete. And, you know, I'm literally watching them do it. So that will start here in Arkansas before long. And when that is connected, what that's going to do is connect you from Chicago through St. Louis, in through Arkansas, down Interstate 30 to Dallas, San Antonio, and beyond. Does that make sense? So that one little stretch between Poplar Bluff and Walnut Ridge is what's lacking to give folks from Chicago to Dallas a direct shot where you didn't have to go down to a 2-lane highway. And it's a major trucker route, you know, and so it just will help everything. It's going to help stimulate the economy up here in Northeast Arkansas. Once that's done, you know, there's ancillary functions for interstates. There's truck stops, tire shops, radio shops, you know, you name it, mechanics, diesel mechanics. It's also going to make the northeast of Arkansas more lucrative for companies that want to locate here because they have a major trucking route that comes through here now. So I just think that it'll actually help Northeast Arkansas more than it will hurt it to have this interstate built. And so I'm looking forward to watching that progress as it goes and eventually taking that interstate all the way through at some point. And certainly for travelers that come through, I can tell you right now, living up here in the northeast of Arkansas, I can absolutely attest to the fact that what you see out here in Walnut Ridge on the interstate is a lot of Illinois tags and a lot of Texas tags. Man, do you ever see a lot of Texas and Illinois tags up here. And that is because folks are constantly coming through here. So anyway, that's the update on that. Here's Corporal Morphus.
1998, over I got here. This vehicle's going to be left on the side of the road. Just going to come back tomorrow and get it off the road.
So Corporal Morphus just got 98, which means he finished. He's leaving the scene of the motorist assist there. And so anyway, we are now in Randolph County. And we are, according to the sign, we're 4 miles from Pocahontas, but we'll be there before you know it. Pocahontas. You know what? Somebody had asked me earlier. I'm sorry, I'm just now remembering that you asked this. Somebody asked me about the Corning pursuit. Ooh, those lights are bright. And so, yes, up here in the northeast corner of Arkansas, Clay County, and they had a pursuit in Corning on December the 26th, and the update on that pursuit is we have the Corning police footage. We are waiting for the state police to release the video from their end. State police did not release that video this week as expected. Hopefully we will get it Friday. I've requested it. So when we receive the state police version of that video, we're going to marry it together with Corning's and we're going to release it as a local edition. So be expecting that pursuit in the next few days. I can tell you that it is it's pretty gnarly. I'm not going to give you details on it because I want to surprise you. But I'll just tell you, there's a lot to look at there. It was an interesting pursuit.
Central City, check the status.
Yeah, we're just
10-4.
Well, all right, we are in Pocahontas, and we're just about at Wal-Mart. We're going to pull in the parking lot and see what they're up to. They probably have somebody detained for theft. So we're going to see about that. And I will tell you, since I live in Walnut Ridge, we have a baby Walmart. We don't have a super center in Walnut Ridge, so when I need groceries, if I don't shop at the local grocery store there, sometimes I have to come up here to Pocahontas. This is my closest Walmart super center, so we're going to pull in right now. Ooh, they got the blue lights going. Ooh. Got the blue lights going over there. I can see them. It was a theft in progress. I bet it was worth, that was probably why they have their blue lights going, because it was an in progress deal. Little action, little excitement there. Hey, I'll tell you what, Walmart be bringing all the folks to the table. You hear me? You already know. All righty. Wow. Well. Let's spin this thing around. Apparently, they are inside of the asset protection office. They are not in their squads that are sitting out here with the blue lights on. So we will spin back around. I don't know if I can get a pretty okay parking job here or not. Let's see. How about we park in the reserve for law enforcement partners parking? And we will zoom in on that. So I think they've got 3 units that are working tonight in Pocahontas, and all 3 of them are here at Wal-Mart. Well, officers there coming out.
Say 40 Jones for 1024.
Now, there's Corporal Morphus making a traffic stop right now.
135 in Warden Lane, Arkansas, disabled 377636.
What did this bitch? I'll go to the
377636. It's a gold Toyota Highlander.
Oh, so that one officer is hitting a vape. Not that that's a huge deal, but still. I just think it's funny. Let me work on the choppiness real quick. I don't know why it's choppy, but I'll work on it. Let me see if I can, oh, they're both hitting a vape. I wonder if it's a weed vape. I'm just kidding. The police wouldn't be hitting a weed vape right now. Ha, ha, ha. Or would they? All right, we're going to figure out why we're having these little issues here. I don't have a signal here. That's why. I only got 2 bars. I can't help that. Well, hello, NST's mom. I know you. I can't help that we don't have a real good signal right now. I've only got 2 bars. Pocahontas doesn't like AT&T apparently, or something like that. They have this car blocked in right here. I'm kind of wondering if there's a reason why. Yeah, it's got Mississippi tags. I think that's the suspect vehicle, maybe. All right, we're going to spin it around here. Maybe we can get a look of the person when they come out of the store in handcuffs or something. That's probably going to happen before long. We'll see if we can. So NST's mom, we are in Pocahontas with a shoplifter in custody that left and came back, and they had tipped off Pocahontas police, and then she came back and they caught her in the act. So that's what we have going on up here in Pocahontas. We'll see if we can zoom in on it or something. Maybe I can get a better parking spot. I don't want to park in a handicap spot. We're not going to do that. Even though that would be ideal. So they are inside of the loss prevention office, just right there at the entry door there. Oh, this is what I need to do, is back into this spot right here. Hold on, I'm gonna back right on in this. This is perfect. I found the spot. I found the spot. Perfect. Okay. Okay, so we're going to sit here for a few minutes and see when they're going to get done here. Maybe they'll get done before long. They're probably inside doing the paperwork, I would assume. Hello, Australia, and all of our international viewers from across the globe. We're glad you're here. Thank you for tuning in to Natural State Transparency right here in our little corner of the world, right here in Arkansas. We're glad that you have tuned in to see what is going on in Arkansas. And this, my friends, is what's happening in Pocahontas tonight.
say 40 Jonesboro 98.
Yours truly is going to step into Walmart for a minute. I need to utilize the latrine real quick. We'll take a little break. If you guys want to watch me walk in the door real quick, I'm going to walk in there and I'll come right back. And I need to keep my car running for the battery. So where is my spare set of keys? There we go. We'll grab those. I'll be right back.
Say 40 Jonesboro 1024.
Okay.
Highway 49 and 135, Arkansas 834 is Eber George Mary. 834 is EGM. I'm going to go Toyota SUV.
Well, all right. I'm back. Did anything happen? Yeah, no one stole the car. That's good. Yeah. Yeah. That's always good. Luke is asking what happened at Walmart. So about 45 minutes, well, it was right before I went live. And I don't know how long we've been live now, probably an hour. So right before we went live, I heard the Pocahontas police get dispatched to Walmart for... Oh, thank you, half pint. 68 minutes. I heard Pocahontas police get dispatched. The asset protection manager wanted to speak to officers. They advised on the radio it was 1035 information. That means confidential information. That's a universal 10 code for confidential. So they just wanted to talk to the cops. So the cops showed up here. They had a conversation. Well, when we went live, I heard them dispatch a unit back to Walmart advising that the subject that they had just talked to the officers about arrived back in the store and she was actively stealing. So, using deductive reasoning and making an assumption, of course, I'm assuming that that conversation they had an hour ago was about this woman who came back to steal. And as you can tell, we have 3 Pocahontas units here, and they are in the asset protection office on this side of the grocery side of Walmart with the subject. And I believe her car is over here in the handicap parking, or rather the disabled parking. You can't really see it too well where my camera's positioned, but you can barely see it's a white Chevrolet Malibu in the disabled parking. It's just on the right of your screen where my car frame is there, but you can tell there's a car there. And then there is a Pocahontas, again, you can't really see it, but there is a Pocahontas police unit that has that vehicle blocked in. And I think that's the lady's vehicle that was stealing. And as I said, we're just going to sit here. We're monitoring all the radio channels, so it's not like we're really missing anything to sit here. So we'll sit here for a little bit longer and maybe see her take her ride of shame to the Randolph County Detention Center.
C40 Jonesboro 98.
Well,
Well, that's Corporal Morphus again. He's getting 98 off his traffic stop over in Greene County. Let me make one little quick adjustment to my camera here. Now, when they come out, we can maybe see. I can zoom in on them better now. So he is walking over there to the white car, the white Chevrolet Malibu. He took a bag. The officer just took a bag to the, well, he looked in her car, actually. He just put that bag in his car. Again, I can't really show you too much because my frame of my vehicle is blocking it rather.
NC-17, y'all are 224.
Good.
49 American made, it's white Dodge Ram, Hartsel Adam John King, 31 George, AJK, 31G.
Super.
Well, the lady right there is going to jail. She is getting in the back of the squad car right now. Hold on, she is not exactly wanting to get in the car, so let's just hold this camera right here. I'm actually holding the camera right now, so I'm sorry if it's a little shaky.
Central 13, Steve has been contacted there to nothing your location. Steve has been contacted. They are 10-10 to your location.
And they are towing her car. They have called for a tow.
Okay, so those are train 19. Becomes one female, beginning mileage 66593, 66593, your time. 66593, your time is 19:21.
All right, let me remount this camera real quick. Give me just a second.
Central 13, do you have a name and date of birth or a DO number for that subject? 10-4 DO number will be out of Louisiana, 0133-42501. Say again, 01-334-2501.
All right, so
10-4, 1930.
the theft suspect has a Louisiana driver's license or ID card, and she has Mississippi tags on her vehicle. Neither one of those are Arkansas, so no, we don't really know why she's here.
17, so what's the return on that 28?
And the officer's asking for a return on that car, so here we go.
David Boyd, 311, 0 Queen, returns to a 2006 Chevrolet Malibu, white in color, expiring February of 2026 to a Pamela Kelly out of South Union, Mississippi. Turned to be 1052. Insurance information is not provided.
10-4.
Well, I didn't catch her last name. Her name's Pamela something. I didn't hear the rest of it. Well, I don't know that that's the driver. That's what the vehicle comes back to, is Pamela.
Central 111, 110, check the status.
Two-4,
10-4, 1932.
I'm hoping to sell a report also has my mileage.
Go ahead with your ending mileage.
66594. Say again, 66594. Your time.
66594 at 1932 1932.
I'm kind of halfway wondering if these Pocahontas cops are going to come talk to me because they're wondering what I'm doing. I've been really waiting for that. Johnny Bravo says he loves the videos. Thank you. Yes, well, I love them too, and you're welcome. I love making them. I love creating these interactions for you to watch. You need to give the thanks to the Arkansas State Police and the other police agencies that we feature. However, I only accept partial credit. I only accept partial credit because the police officers that we feature on this channel are the ones actually out here doing the work. I'm just fortunate enough to be able to feature them. So, you know, I certainly appreciate the compliments and everything else, but at the end of the day, I like to share and give credit to the ones that are actually out here doing the work and don't get the recognition that sometimes they deserve to get. Not always, just sometimes. Let's see. Angie's Creative Studio says, do you know if you can get videos of, I'm assuming ADOT is Arkansas DOT, not Arizona DOT, right? Let's see if I missed any more comments here. Hello, Robert. Jim says give them bumper stickers. Bo Coffee says, thanks, James, for the Troop K vids. You're welcome, Bo. I sure thought about you, Hot Spring County, when that popped off. They've been having a lot of stuff going on down there. I hope you liked that video that we did. Here comes another officer now. I think he had to go back into the store for a minute. He's walking back to his car.
Just for 1939.
Little Rock 2517 with the classic yo. 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 I think they know we're watching. I think they figured it out, baby. Because they sure are looking over here. Hey, so Pocahontas police, we're not bashing you tonight. We're sitting here singing your praises. Y'all did a good job. You got that lady. You did a fine, outstanding job there. We're waiting to see this car get towed, since y'all are going to sit here. I think they did spot me. I think you're right. But it's okay. We ain't causing them no trouble. Hello from Newton County, Arkansas. That would be Jasper region. If you folks in Arkansas, north central Arkansas, know where Jasper's at. So hello to you. Oh, I know they know I'm watching. I know they know it because they keep looking over here. It's okay. Loud Elvis says fitting her in the back of a squad was a heck of a job, and you know I'm going to leave that one alone. Jeffrey Mullen 3091 NST is one of my favorite channels here in Ohio. Well, we are glad you are watching us. Hello from Ohio. Thank you for watching.
I'll be sending from Wal-Mart to the jail. 13, just on 98 from the jail. 20, you can 1022. Therefore, I got a 17 for you.
Say 40 Johnson, 224. Highway 49 and Cody Lane, Arkansas, Union, Sam, Adam, Lincoln, Zebra, Robert John, USA, LZRJ. On a great Kia Optima.
Super.
Well, we're going to get 98 because, you know, we could wait for the tow truck to show up, but why? You can watch people get towed on my channel. Oh, well, the tow truck just showed up. Just as I'm pulling out, the tow truck's pulling in. There you go. So we're in Pocahontas here, Pocahontas, Arkansas, Randolph County. The jail is not far away. I can take you to the jail real quick if you want to see where our shoplifter just went. Oh. Yeah, full moon tonight. It's a full moon. You see it off there on your screen. And as we round this turn, there is the Randolph County Detention Center here on the left in just a minute, though. Hold on. Let me round this next turn here. I will show you where that lady went to jail. They are processing her now. They are towing her car. And so this lady left and came back, and Wal-Mart loss prevention tipped off the police to it, so they caught her, and she lost her ride, and she has a Louisiana driver's license and a Mississippi car tagged with Mississippi tags. So she's not even around from here, I don't think. And you know, it could vary, Bill. It could be possible that she's visiting somebody from this area, but you know, I don't know. Wouldn't be the first time I've heard about people that, you know, they go to different regions to steal and then they go back to where they came from. So she might have just lost her only ride out of here. So across from us is the Randolph County Detention Center, very close to Wal-Mart. It's not far at all. It's on 304 North here, Highway 304 North and Pocahontas. Right next to it is the little Pocahontas Airport here. So that is the Randolph County Detention Center where she is located. I need to step out of my vehicle and perform some very minor vehicle maintenance. I'll be right back. Go nowhere. Dan the judge says, James. Hey, Dan. Glad you're here. All right. Well, we're going to go over here quickly as I want to run by here real quick. So we're going to pass the jail. Jail's here on the left. But we're going to go where that water tower is at on the right. Hopefully that lady is finding her accommodations suitable there at the Randolph County Country Club. 3 hots and a cot, free dominoes, 1 free phone call. Yeah. What's not to love about that, right? So, let's see. Someone just asked me about Trooper Bird, Trooper Cass, Trooper Anna Escamilla. Yes, I have all 3 of them on my hard drive right now. I have interactions featuring all 3 of those troopers. Every single one that was just mentioned. I do. I have all 3 of them. There's, we will get those featured soon because they're older interactions, and I'm about to be pushing out a lot of the old stuff to make new room for the new. And I've got some interactions that need to be seen, and all. All 3 of those troopers, I have videos, but they're 6 months old. I need to get those out. So the ones you just mentioned, I'll feature all of them real soon. Okay, folks, we're going to pass by the Law Enforcement Training Academy here. I'm at the Black River Technical College here in Pocahontas, where I attended the Police Academy in 2007. And this is the Law Enforcement Training Academy here in Pocahontas at the Black River Technical College. The building that I'm featuring to you right now is actually where they hold classes at. But the building directly behind it there, the 3-story building that's lit up in the front there, is a brand new building. That building was just built. That is the dormitory for the Law Enforcement Training Academy. Prior to them building this, they housed the officers at a local motel here in town for many, many years. And I would speculate that the last class that got to stay in the motel was this last class. I'll zoom in on that building here in a minute. They've also got the Black River Technical College Fire Training Academy, and their fire tower is right here, right there to your right of your screen there. And so if you're wondering what these are, they've got some old squads here that they use for training purposes here. So these are some retired squads right here. That second Tahoe is Jonesboro. That first Tahoe I don't know about. Then you got some old Crown Vics. One of them's an old Jonesboro Crown Vic. Got a couple of Explorers here. Oh. And you got a couple of more, a Charger and another Crown Vic right here. I wonder which one of all of these runs the best. I bet they're all pretty rough. Somebody is asking, let's see, Clayton is asking, is Jason Bird and Jacob Bird brothers? I don't know about Jason Bird. I know Jacob Bird, and then I also know Garrett. James Garrett Bird is the trooper D26 in Forest City area, where he's out of actually Crittenden County, West Memphis, but they operate out of the Forest City troop, which is Troop D. That is James Garrett Bird, and I honestly cannot answer that. I would love to have, I probably ought to ask that question someday and get an answer. I've had too many people ask it for me not to know. I really don't know if Jacob Bird and James Garrett are related or not. They started around the same time, though. So if you look over here, you see that building? That right there is, again, that's the backside of the dormitory building there at Black River Technical College, the Law Enforcement Training Academy. A special shout out to, I've mentioned this before when we've covered Randolph County here in Pocahontas. I attended the police academy in 2007, and I also served, when I attended up here, I attended with a officer by the name of Jonathan Schmidt, who ended up working at Truman Police Department in Poinsett County. Unfortunately and untimely, Officer Schmidt was killed in the line of duty in a violent act that occurred in 2011, leaving behind 3 children that were less than 10 years old and a wife. And there's never a time that I come to this academy up here and drive through the parking lot that I don't immediately remember him.
Sorry, Central West 717, but we'll be back up for dinner. Available SO.
I really just can't really put in words too much to you how it feels that you went through an academy with somebody and they were killed senselessly. So, special shout out and in memory of Jonathan Schmidt, the officer from Truman Police Department in Poinsett County, Black River Technical College, LEDA class of 2007 B Bravo. You may be gone, but you're not forgotten. You may be gone, and you are missed. And a big shout out and a special thank you for your service, Jonathan. If nothing else, I'm going to keep your memory alive on this channel. So, you rest well, brother.
Slave 40 Jonesboro 1024.
Hey, Corporal Morphus again making a traffic stop. Where's he at? Where's he at?
Slave 49 South in front of the party store, Missouri 2, William Edward, John 54, 2WE, J54, somebody on the silver, Nissan Titan, camper show.
Let me figure something out real quick. No, I'm nowhere close. Okay. That answers that question. Hopefully we got a better signal. I see when I got near the college it started buffering real bad, so hopefully we're back. On my end it looks like we are, but I gotta rely on y'all to keep me posted on whether or not we're buffering or not. So we're just gonna cruise around Pocahontas right now since I'm already up here. See if maybe we can find the trooper up here. There ought to be a trooper working somewhere up here. You know, I'll tell you, when you're up here in Randolph County, they don't have a trooper just assigned to Randolph.
$17.98.
The way they've got Randolph County is in Arkansas, it's because of 67 going into Clay County. The troopers that work up here,
10-4-2001.
they're not just assigned Randolph. They do Randolph, Clay, and Greene. So Randolph, Clay, and Greene County troopers work. They work all of them up here. Unless they've changed something. They may have changed that. But Randolph, Clay, and Greene work together. Those troopers do. To cover those three counties. So we're going to drive around Pocahontas. Maybe the local police department here will get another call we can go look at. So this is the old downtown section of Pocahontas here on Highway 90. Highway 90 and 115 join together right here at the downtown square of Pocahontas. The old Randolph County Courthouse is here on your right. They've got it still decked out in Christmas lights and design right now. They'll probably be taking that down before long. And this is just the old town square, you know, the old buildings. They have shops and boutique stores and just a little bit of everything through here. I always like this place. Hold on, I'm going to pull over. I got a car behind me, though. I'm going to show you something cool. If I'm going to show off a place, I'm going to show this place off. Let me kill my lights. First of all, I love that square glass design from forever ago. I love that. Secondly, they sell classic cars in there. You can't see them all. You can't see them all, but they've got two fully restored older pickup trucks, and there is I want to call that a Chevrolet Bel Air from the mid-50s. It's in teal color. It's in there as well. It's a classic car sale. It's just a classic car dealer that sells those restored cars in there, and it's pretty cool. So we are north on Highway 90/115, and we're going to go to the other side of Pocahontas real quick. I can't go too far; we'll lose cell service. I've tried before. When
340 down for 98.
Corporal Morphus is finished with his traffic stop. Now, when we covered Randolph County back during the spring, and this area up here, being in the hills and whatnot, has places where it floods real bad, because Randolph County has several different rivers that flow through it, including the Current River, 11 Point River, the Black River, and there's at least one more, I can't remember. But anyway, the point is, there are places that flood, especially when it rains in spring. And we were covering that, but unfortunately I discovered during that live stream we didn't have very good coverage with AT&T up through here. So hopefully you're still able to see us right now. Excuse me. All right, we pulled into the Harps grocery store parking lot. It's a really small store. This is a locally owned Arkansas company, Harps. They're based out of Harrison, Arkansas, I believe. They've got Harps all over the state of Arkansas. They have a good deli here. Harps is a good place to get fried chicken. For sure. If you're into fried chicken, this is the place to get it. Their bakery's good here too. This is, it's a little step above Kroger or Wal-Mart. I guess that's because it's an Arkansas company. But anyway, there you have it. And yes, sometimes I shop there. I come up here from Walnut Ridge to shop occasionally. And also, we featured a traffic stop video in this parking lot from a trooper. And that is also the reason why I came up here, was to see if maybe we could see a trooper through here, since the two highways meet right here. But I haven't heard any traffic stops from Randolph County or Clay County tonight. So I really don't know if they've even got a trooper that's available tonight up here working, to be honest with you. They might not be working tonight. Pocahontas is a pretty neat little town. If you know how Northeast is, and you've got farmland up here, the upper Delta, and then it meets the Ozarks. Pocahontas is the beginning of the Ozarks. So it gets hilly up through here as you leave the farmland and you enter the mountains, or not the mountains, I'm going to call this the hills. So Pocahontas is a pretty neat little town because of the geography of the area around here. He's not listening. Uh-oh. Let me look. What am I missing? Well, it's funny. We get up here to Pocahontas, and they haven't gotten another call since. There ain't nothing happening right now. We might need to go somewhere else where they're making traffic stops. I bet if I were to go to Corning, we could probably see them make some traffic stops there. Clay County. Maybe we should go to Corning. What do you think? It'd take me like 20 minutes to get there, though. Oh, yeah. I hear you. Aaron says, watch out for the deer. Yep, you're right about that. I was on Crowley's Ridge yesterday, and I saw 2 different deer carcasses that got hit by cars near Laredo. I sure did. Of course, it's bad through there anyway because it's woodsy through there.
Anyway.
Good.
Adam Murray, 953-958. It's trailer tag. Adam Murray, 953-958.
That's a Randolph County Sheriff running a trailer tag. Let's see what that's about.
This is Bono, Jonesboro 3958, returns to Wal-Mart 2025, Sunday trailer, non-expired, 96 lease. McMahon out of Sharp County. Covered as a pedestrian. It's 1052.
All roads lead to Walmart, right? So we are back at Walmart again, but not for long because I'm going to figure out what we're doing. Since Randolph County doesn't have anything going on, they're not putting out any calls, I'm thinking I'm going to get out of here. Of course, there's nothing really close, so I can either go to Corning, or I can go to Walnut Ridge, or I can eventually go to Paragould, one of the three. You tell me. Put it in the comments. Where do you want me to go? Ooh, that car is smoky. That car is burning some oil in front of us. I bet they have to go through a lot of oil. Ugh. So let's figure out where James is going to head next while we're still alive together. Do you want me to go to Corning in Clay County? You want me to go back to Walnut Ridge in Lawrence County, or do you want me to go to like Paragould or something? Either way, Walnut Ridge would be the closest, but Clay County, or I can go to back to Greene County and Pocahontas. Oh, what do we got here? What do we have here? Let's see here. Pamela, please tap or smash the like. James, thank you for all you do. Thanks to our NST family for all you do. Thank you, Pamela, for all you do. Seeing as how you are the first responder, and we do appreciate it. And Dan, the judge, says, is that email correct, James? Pulaski County News. Yes. That is me. That's one of the two. Pulaski County News at gmail.com, or you can email me at Natural State Transparency. Hang on. Pocahontas is running a license plate. Let's see where he's going to stop him at. Yeah, Dan, you can either email me at that one at Pulaski County News or Natural State Transparency, all one word, at gmail.com. Either one.
Expiration date of June 2026 to a Ty Dunn out of Jackson County, Silver Street, Burma 52.
Jim. 13, Central, 10, 1042. Y'all have a good night.
10-4, useful, sir. 2019.
Nate's is saying go to Corning. Aaron wants me to come up to Imboden or Ravenden. I learned how to pronounce it. I didn't know how to pronounce it, but I have been corrected by Elizabeth on local Northeast Arkansas city names and how to pronounce them. So it's Ravenden. And yeah, I could do that, but the problem is I'm going to lose cell service up that way, so that's why I don't ever do it. But it sure is pretty through there. I could. And Paragould is a rough town, according to Phil. And sometimes they call it Paravegas. So, let's see. Why don't we do it this way? Since it's hard for me to know by just reading your comments, let's do it this way. Ooh, it's hard to type. One finger.
$17 to $20 back tonight.
10-4-2022.
Vote here so I can see it, please. I like Canyon Gal 78. Her suggestion that I go by Bono. Vote, vote, vote. You got any Sonic drive-ins nearby? Dan the Judge asks. Yes, I do. There's one down the street. I could just as easily loiter there as I can loiter here. Now, I'll tell you right now, you're going to stand the most chance of me seeing something in Jonesboro because I can monitor the police department there. If I go to Paragould, I cannot monitor the police department or the fire department, which is bullcrap. I don't like that. So, you know, if you go to Corning, Walnut Ridge, or Paragould, I cannot listen to the police or the fire department. If we go to Jonesboro, I can hear it all. So just factor that into your decision making, if you will. On where James will go next. Because this is not working out too well here in Pocahontas. There's nothing to see. The town went to bed. So what are we doing here? You can still change your vote, but go do it in the thing if it'll let you do it. You can't change your vote. Okay, everybody's saying change to Jonesboro. Got it. Yeah, because if I go to, yeah. Okay, that's the problem. If we don't go to Jonesboro, I don't know what's happening because I can listen to the police and fire there, and you know, there's, yeah, it's got like 85,000 people or something. So it's not like we can't go see something. All right, well, y'all made it easy for me. I guess we're going to Jonesboro. We might swing by Bono first, though. And I need to get me something to drink real quick, but I don't want to do it here. I'm going to run down the street to the gas station real quick. So let me do that. I guess we're going to get up out of here. All right, Pocahontas, we tried. We really did try. We tried to show y'all off, but it just didn't happen, except for that one call. That's okay. We'll come back again sometime. Always. Okay. Well, I'll be back in a minute. Y'all hang out, please, and let me run in here and do this, and I'll be right back. Hey, Dan the Judge. Thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. Digging the full beard, huh? Yeah, me too. It's winter. Let's see what else we got. Ducks are life 78. I think encryption should be illegal. We should be able to hear what the emergency response teams are doing with our tax and donations. And you know what? I agree with you. Dan the Judge, I'm a professional streamer on Twitch, but Natural State is just the cream of the crop. Thank you so much for that. You know, I'm just a dude who lives in Arkansas. I'm a lifelong Arkansan. I don't come about it pretentiously. I am who I am. I'm a lifelong Arkansan. I lived in Little Rock and the surrounding area around central Arkansas for, let's see, how old am I now? 45. So 42 and a half of my 45 years on earth, I lived in either Pulaski, Saline, or Faulkner County in central Arkansas. In just the last 2.5 years, I moved up here to northeast Arkansas. I'm just an Arkansan that likes to show you a thing or two, so I appreciate it. I truly am. There's really no secret to my success or my game. It's just I just turn on the camera and show you my perspective on things, you know. All right, we're going to get out of here. We're heading south. We're leaving Pocahontas. We're leaving Randolph County. We will head south. Next destination will be Walnut Ridge again because it comes up next. So we'll drive through Walnut Ridge. We'll eventually get on the 63, US 63, and head towards a little town called Sedgwick. And then Bono as we come into Jonesboro. If you're following on a map, you will kind of be able to map our route. We're currently on US 67. We'll eventually get on US 63. Remember, we are still monitoring all of the radios, but we are going to come into the. Hang on, let's listen to Corporal Morphus.
Yeah, let me unit on sale.
He'll be on a cell phone. He says he's going to be out of his unit on a cell phone, so they'll call him if they need him. Let me switch this over to Jonesboro real quick. Nate says, the channel has made me like Arkansas more as I get to see it. I did not know much besides Wal-Mart. Yeah, really. Yeah. Well, here's a little lesser known company. We can't forget to mention Dillard's. And I know not all of y'all shop at Dillard's, but for the folks that know Dillard's in the mall, you usually see a Dillard's associated with a mall. Dillard's was founded in Little Rock, Arkansas by William Dillard Sr. And it is a higher end department store that is comparable to a Macy's. And there's some other stores that it's comparable to, but I can't think of the other ones. But Macy's would be, I would say they would be direct competitor with Macy's. Dillard's is another Arkansas company that's made it big. J.B. Hunt. Every time you're at a railroad crossing and you have to get held up by a train that's carrying those stackable containers, be looking for the name J.B. Hunt. They are a prominent logistics company in Northwest Arkansas. They got their start around the time Wal-Mart did. As a matter of fact, J.B. Hunt drivers used to carry a bunch of Wal-Mart freight before Wal-Mart broke off and did their own trucking company. Walmart delivers its own goods under a company named Walmart Logistics. So, but J.B. Hunt made it big, and they still deliver all over the country. You see a lot of them on trains. J.B. Hunt. We can never mention chicken without mentioning Tyson. Tyson Chicken. That would be Don Tyson, who founded Tyson. There is a street in Northwest Arkansas, Don Tyson Parkway. It's named in honor and memory of Don Tyson. I'm trying to think of other Arkansas companies that I'm missing. I'm sure I've missed a couple of them. Question is, are there any more car chases on US 65 in the Ozarks? Not that I'm aware of, but I have to tell it to you like this. Every single week, I receive pursuits on request. I get them. But the problem is, some of these pursuits, for whatever reason, maybe they've been redacted, maybe the prosecutor in the area said, don't put that out on public yet because it's going to compromise our case, or the police department is still actively investigating it for maybe more charges later. That's usually what happens right there. That they'll say, well, we're looking at charging this driver with more stuff. So because of that, they're not going to release the pursuit yet. And I like to caution people, because I'm only one person. My name is James Bozeman to be exact. I'm the content creator here at Natural State Transparency. I'm also the one that does the live streams, but I'm also the one that does the research. I do it all. I live, breathe, and sweat this channel every single day. I'm happy to do it. Don't take that as I'm complaining, because I'm not. But what I'm trying to tell you is there's one of me, and there are 75 counties in Arkansas, and I can't catch them all. I rely on tips from you, and I'm not even talking about the financial tips. Those are always appreciated, as we mentioned earlier. Never expected, always appreciated on the financial tips. But some of the best pursuits that have ever been featured on this channel was the locals that live in Arkansas in these small counties that heard that there was a pursuit, and they emailed me or they texted me on Facebook Messenger or something, and they said, hey, did you hear about this? Did you hear about that? You know, half the time I didn't hear about it. So if it was because of you, the viewer, who tip me off, I can bring those interactions to you. So, to answer your question about US 65 and the Ozarks, the truth is I don't know. But certainly if you've heard of something that you don't think has been seen, please send me an email to naturalstatetransparency@gmail.com or use our Facebook page. We're on Facebook. Don't go to the imposter. There's an imposter on there that's got my same logo and he's uploading my videos, but they're not me. That's not me. You'll know which one's mine. Go to my Facebook page and tell me which pursuit you've heard about, and I'll look into it. Because I don't like missing pursuits. Nate says, do you know the channel Police Pursuits? Yes, I do. Let me tell y'all something, just so that we're clear on Arkansas channels and the rest of them. These are the ones that I know about that are Arkansans, so you can make sure that you're watching accordingly. Police Pursuits is ran by a guy named Chad Gibson. He used to work, he might still work, I don't know if he does or not, but he was a dispatcher for State Police Troop A out of Little Rock. Former police officer. He runs a channel. It's called Police Pursuits. The second one is a retired lieutenant from the city of Little Rock. He runs Arkansas Police Activity. He works currently as a part-time North Little Rock cold case detective, or at least he did. He retired and then went back to do the cold case stuff. That's why he features a lot of North Little Rock police, because he works there. So that's Arkansas Police Activity. Then you got Little Rock Hood News, LRHN Cash. He's a local Arkansan. He's a convicted felon. He's an absolute grifter. He's morally bankrupt and corrupt. And he's also a piece of SHI you-know-what. That would be Little Rock Hood News Cash. But at least he's an Arkansan, so I'll give him that. That's the only redeeming factor there, is that at least he's local. But he's also a awful human being, and that's me being kind. Anybody else out there on YouTube that's showing state police stuff, I don't know them. I don't know if they're Arkansans or not. You can presume that they are not, and so there you have it. Yeah, hope that helps. Oh, I missed it. I'm sorry, Ron or Aaron. I didn't see what you just said till now. Since I'm already to 63 now, I didn't see that, or I would have. I could have. Yeah, I could have. Now, I'll tell you this much, as far as the other channels, I don't really have so much of a beef with Arkansas Police Activity because he's a retired lieutenant. He's done his time. he started his channel as a hobby, kind of like I did. So I have no issue really with Arkansas police activity. I did have a little bit of an issue with Police Pursuit's channel because he's still actively working for the state police. He's grifting. He's doing both. And he acted like he didn't want to declare that he had this off-duty job for over a year. You know, when you're a dispatcher for them, you have to declare your off-duty secondary employment, and he did not do that for over a year. And I don't know. I don't really have too much of a beef with him, I guess. But I feel like he sometimes gets preferential treatment from the agency that he works for, and I'll leave it at that, because there's been a couple of examples of that where I should have gotten my requests filled the same day he did, but he somehow magically got the video out a day before everybody else, you know? So that's kind of petty. But anyway, that's just been my observation. I'm not really trying to, I'm not going to hate on that guy too much. Police Pursuits. It is what it is. But I cannot stress enough that if you have any integrity about yourself as a viewer, that you will absolutely not watch or support the Little Rock Hood News Cash Guy's channel. That's Cashion Johnson. He's a convicted felon. He cusses out the police. He hits his baby mama on the regular. He doesn't pay his child support. He smokes weed in public while driving. He doesn't care. He's just an all-around piece of crap. I don't know what to tell you. And I know that's not the worst person in the world. I don't want to project like he is the worst person in the world. But, you know, if you're going to feature the police, like, have a channel like this, you really don't want to be walking in the wrong light. And then he uses the police, and like when he gets caught committing crimes on camera, because we have proof of this. Everything I'm telling you is factual because there is proof. I can back up everything I'm telling you with cold, hard facts. But when he gets caught, he always tries to tell them that he makes them famous. He made the Arkansas State Police famous. And also, he told, the last time he got caught in downtown Little Rock, he was telling the officer that he was Little Rock Hood News. I feature y'all all the time. He tries to throw that around like it's some kind of an award or something. Hey, I'm Little Rock Hood News. You shouldn't charge me with a felony because I'm me. What a loser. Absolute loser. That guy is a total loser. And it's so funny because I bring this up because there's a new Facebook page called North Little Rock Hood News. It's NLRHN. It's a Facebook group. And a lot of people that were subscribers to Little Rock Hood News have turned him off because he keeps posting bullcrap that he's stealing from news sites and resharing it for the clicks and the money. He's doing this, like, featuring national news stories, and what he does is he just copies and pastes. He doesn't give the channel credit wherever he stole or plagiarized the news story from. He never gives him credit, and a lot of people are turning him off these days, man, because they just see him for what he is, which is an absolute total grifter. So anyway, I'm done. We can move on to the next topic. That's my rundown. I mean, to be honest with you, I want you to watch my channel. I don't have competition. I don't look at this as competition, so there's no competition. I'm not competing with the other channels to get the pursuits out first, and in some cases you will notice nowadays that I'm usually not the first person to put out a pursuit. The other channels beat me to it. I'm not in a rat race with anybody. I'm not doing this for solely for money. You have to understand that. I started this channel as a hobby. It continues to remain a hobby for me. When this channel isn't fun anymore, that's when you have a problem. And it's still fun right now for me. And I don't want that to be ruined with, complications, if you will. So, anyway, long-winded answer to the question that was asked, but I hope that makes sense. Yeah, and I see that Elizabeth mentioned that I worked at the Executive Protection Detail. That is correct. I was employed with the Arkansas State Police from 2007 to 2010. They're the ones that sent me to the Pocahontas Police Academy. I like to tell everybody that I was not a trooper, so please do not lump me in with troopers. I was not a trooper. I'm not trying to claim that I was. I was never a trooper. I accepted a position at Executive Protection Detail, and it required me to go to the police academy for a certification, so I did. But I was not a trooper. And I did that honorably for 3 years. I loved it. Saw a lot of cool stuff, had a lot of great conversations. Can't talk about a lot of it. There's a lot of things that I was a part of that I can't really talk about. Nor am I. So, anyway. And I have fond memories of my time at the state police, and I also have a lot of respect for the agency as a whole and the troopers that are a cut above the rest and conduct themselves accordingly. So there you have that. Yes, we just blew through Sedgwick, and we're now in Craighead County. We will be coming into Bono here in just a minute. Good night, Don Harris. Thanks for watching. And folks, let me throw this out there one more time, please, pretty please. If you haven't already, smash the like button. I need the likes. The numbers have been suffering lately. I need those likes. I need that engagement. Please smash the like. If you want to do something for free that really helps us out, smash the like button, please. Thank you so much. I hate to beg, but throw that out there real quick. Paul says, for me, there is only one Arkansas police channel, and that's this one. All the others are just imitation clickbait. Well, Paul, I appreciate you saying that. But I'll still say this, though. I'll still say this, that I want to make it clear that there are other ones. There are some other channels. Everybody has a different take on it. Arkansas Police Activity is probably the only other channel that I would really sign off on. I want to make that clear as far as my perspective. We used to feature things together, him and I, and we just kind of separated and went our own way. I don't hold anything against the guy. It's just he has a different, he just has a different channel, and he has a different vibe, and that's that. But that doesn't mean that he's not legit. He is legit. Arkansas Police Activity is legit. So I want to make that clear, that I have no issue with him, and he is legit. And I would tell my viewers that if you wanted to watch another authentic Arkansan showcasing law enforcement in Arkansas, I would check out Arkansas police activity. The rest of them, they're all grifters. Even the guy from state police, he's a grifter. He is a grifter. Him, but especially Hood News. And anybody else, man, you can get these videos nowadays and repost them from a year ago. I'm going to tell you something else. Let me tell you this too. I want you guys to use your discerning eye. I want you to notice the channels that show Arkansas police chases, these Arkansas state police pursuits. They take the telemetry off of the screen so that you don't know the date. Okay? So if you have any question about whether or not what you're watching is from an Arkansan or if it's like from Russia or Ukraine or wherever, it's actually Belarus. Belarus is a place that features a lot of content for American consumption. A lot of people don't know it comes from Belarus. But yeah, a lot of those people, a lot of those guys, when they feature on their little imposter Arkansas Chases channel or whatever they want to call it, they will feature a pursuit that was 2 years ago, and they'll take all the telemetry off the screen so you have no idea the date, where the GPS is, the name of the officer. You don't have anything. Then you'll have some AI crap voiceover that's telling you blah, 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 blah. And, you know, this, that, and that. And it's just, you know, it's a bunch of crap. So, yeah, anyway, watch accordingly. Watch accordingly. That's all I can tell you. Watch accordingly. So we're entering the town of Bono. Bono is west of Jonesboro. We are in Craighead County, where Jonesboro is located. Bono is also in Craighead County. We have just entered Bono. They have a police department here. And so, yeah, we're just going to drive through Bono on the way to Jonesboro real quick. I might have to make a real quick stop for a second. So we're in Bono. Yeah, Revette74 says all the bad mispronouncing words kill me. You know what else gets me is like when you're watching and they're like, when they give a date and it'll be like, you know, when something happened in like, say for instance, 1998, and they'll be like, when the voiceover goes, and in 1998, that is, oh, it's just a dead giveaway that it's just a bunch of crap. And a computer, they used AI to make the video, and it didn't take them 5 seconds, and they didn't even care enough to proof it to make sure it sounded right. They didn't even care. They knew people would watch it anyway. And I just refuse to do that on this channel. I'm never going to use AI. I make you that promise. If there's, you know, you don't promise something, don't ever make a promise you can't keep. I've always been taught that. But I'm telling you now, clear as day, hold me to it. I will never use AI on my channel, ever. If I can't use the brain that God gave me to do what I'm doing, then you can just call me done, because I will not use AI, ever. I'm not using it. And it's not like I don't know how to use it, because I have people that I know that use it. I'm not using it. I'm not going to do that. So there you have it. You won't hear me mispronouncing a year. It won't be 1998. I'm just afraid AI is getting ready to take over the world, man. I already know how bad I shake my head right now, because it just, you know, and I'm not saying it doesn't have some benefits, but my God, it could be so abused, and it probably already has been, and I just I'm so leery of it. I don't even really I really don't even know what to say. Other than I'm not going to use it on my channel ever. Ever. Okay, so we've got Jonesboro on the scanner right now. Yeah, there we go. So we're listening to Jonesboro.
Engine 6101 Peggy Drive 101.
9, louder.
Right.
James County reports.
Copy.
All right, we're currently in Bono. I'm going to make a quick little stop here, I believe. We'll see here.
Go ahead.
Back to 8 AOR.
Copy.
Unit 6 route.
Seconds and 6 showing around to 1011 Peggy Drive, 1011 Peggy Drive. It's going to be for a 78-year-old female having difficulty breathing, showing around 2104.
All right, folks, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go to Jonesboro. Go nowhere. I'm going to take like a 2 or 3 minute break. Listen to the scanner, and I'll be right back. Thank you.
Copy, go ahead with it.
Last of Smith, first of Jeanette, Sam Henry Young, Nora Edwards, Tom Edwards, 1125 of 95. One. Scratch that 1129 of 95. I-41 dispatch 1024.
Go ahead.
Highway 226, County Road 241. Gonna be out with Texas. John Charles Tom 5538. John Charles Tom 5538.
Copy 2106. Go ahead.
Richie Cove, Arkansas, Adam, Sam, Adam, 87 Adam, ASA, 87A, got a silver passenger car, still rolling.
Copy.
Guys, we pulling bridge and crest.
Copy. Bus 5, your radio here. 934-298-289. Suspended to a Jeanette Smith, black female at Jonesboro, 11/29/1995. She does have traffic, suspended for non-payment or reinstatement fees. She does have SID and FBI. She's also got an FTP out of the city side release.
Well, hey, everybody. It's Beth. I hope y'all are having a fun ride along with James. That was me and my dog,
Do I need
Saul.
to send that to your email or 121's email?
I like it. Hi, y'all.
Agent 6 on scene, command to safety, be investigated.
Check, Cheyenne 2107. Dr. One, can you give me a phone call?
To name and date of birth.
Please don't have to say.
No, don't do that. Lord have mercy. We don't need to start the yawning. No. Morticia Moo, we demand more time with the NST mascot puppy, LOL. And by the way, Morticia Moo, I saw your kind donation to the channel earlier and I missed it. I saw that a little bit ago. I just want to say thank you, and thank you very much for that. I try to catch them as I see them. And if I missed that you donated to the channel at some point while I was driving, thank you in advance. I don't like missing those. So we are in the big town of Bono, Arkansas. We are west of Jonesboro, but we're going to head to Jonesboro here in a minute. There is really no reason to stay in Bono. It's such a small community here. There's really not a lot that goes on except for traffic stops. So if you want to see me get profiled and pulled over, then I just need to roll around Bono for a little bit. Maybe that's what you want to have happen. You know, and the whole time that I've been doing the live stream thing, and golly, we've been doing this now for what, 2 or 3 years? I mean, I don't even remember when my first live stream was. I think it was back in 23, 4, 5, yeah, that's about right. About 2023 probably, or late 22, when I started playing around with trying to do a live stream. And in all this time that I've done live streams, I have not been pulled over one time. Not one time.
Last name James, first name Denise James, 914 of 83, black female in Arkansas. Last name Drawn, Droughan, first name Dallas Drawn, 317 of 02, black female in Arkansas.
Copy, sir, what's your vocals?
I'll have one more by name and date of birth. Last name Drawn, Droughan, first name Keontae, K-U.
Oh, you asked what the puppy's name was. That is Saul, S-O-L. He's 11 years old. I'm trying to remember if Beth Elizabeth's still in the chat. Tell me what kind of dog. It's a Welsh. Welsh sheep, a Welsh sheepdog, I think is the kind of the breed of that dog. He came from the UK. A Welsh sheepdog, I want to say. Michael says, can you let me know when you get to exit 49? Yes.
The third subject was a Keontae Adam drawing, correct?
I think I'm going to stop into here and get the smallest cup of coffee I can get, because I'm getting kind of sleepy and I've been up all day. So I don't want to get too sleepy on you. Been up since like, I don't know, 7 this morning.
I believe Keontae may be incarcerated. I thought he was in this vehicle, but he's not.
Copy. That's why I double checked. His return is indeed showing that he's incarcerated.
I've got another 280 birds here.
That's an interesting little thing. Did you hear that about he was showing to be incarcerated? So if you're incarcerated here in Arkansas and they run you, it comes back as you're incarcerated in the system. That way they know if you escaped. And so that's a rare thing you hear on the radio, but yet it does happen from time to time. So you just heard a rarity right there. You had a Jonesboro officer running several subjects. He ran a subject. That subject was showing to be actively incarcerated. And again, that's for that reason. They want to make sure if somebody's actively incarcerated, it shows up on their return in case they just escaped. But that's not what happened. But I'm just letting you know, that was a rare thing you just heard. It was worthy of pointing that out. Now, I want to skip that channel 2 because I want to hear the dispatch.
Right.
Right, 782.
Copy.
A Welsh sheepdog. I got it right. Thank you, Beth. Beth, I'm actually right now posted up here at the Come and Go and Bono, or the Maverick and Bono. Okay, I'm going to run in here right quick and get this, I'm going to run in here and get this coffee right quick. I'll be right back. And then, yeah, we're going to drive by exit 49. Let's hear this fire call real quick.
Engine 1200 University Drive. 200 University Drive. Unresponsive person. Respond on fire ground 1.
Show me 10-8.
Showing you clear back in service. 2118.
Engine 1 around.
Check engine 1, show you en route to 200 University Drive, 200 University Drive for a 15-year-old female unresponsive. She is breathing. 2119, show you en route medic 1. Drive, we have an unresponsive 15-year-old female.
I think fire's going to be there, though.
Copy. Engine 1 and medic 16 are en route. Advice made under responsive in the bathroom. Has attempted to wake her multiple times. Cannot get her to wake up. She's completely limp. She is breathing at this time.
For his money.
Fine.
Circumcised, Warren. Just take dispatch.
Go ahead.
Back in service.
Copy. Show you back in service. 2121.
Okay, folks, I'm back, and I'm going to strip for you real quick, and you're going to wonder what I'm talking about. You see this jacket I'm wearing, like on the little camera? And I'm going to take it off and put on my big jacket because it's pretty cold. Y'all have dirty minds if you thought I was really going to strip down. Come on now. I want to show off my new jacket. So you might ask, what was that about? Well, I showed you my new jacket. It's a new Carhartt jacket. Carhartt in 1975 released a denim jacket. That was their signature jacket. A lot of y'all that know the Carhartt brand know that they make duck jackets out of canvas. You see them on job sites. You see a lot of construction workers and whatnot wearing them. They're rugged. They're a great brand. But the original jacket that they released in 1975 was this denim jacket that I'm wearing. And they did a 50th year re-release of this jacket to celebrate 50 years since 1975. And I scored one for Christmas. It was a gift to myself. I ain't gonna lie, I got a hell of a deal on it too. So, anyway, I'm really proud of my Carhartt denim jacket. And I'll tell you right now, if any of y'all are in the market for a heavy-duty Carhartt type jacket, the denim is really a nice option. It really is. It's flannel. It's got a flannel lining on the inside. It's got stuffing on the inside as well. It's nice and warm. It's flexible. It's not too stiff as you're. I can't stand it when it's too stiff as you're walking.
49 South, County Road 751. ArkansasBoys.com, 514. BCT 513 for White Seat.
So it's really a nice jacket to have, and I'm grateful to have it. And so that's that. And we heard Morphus again. That was Morphus. He's just been tearing it up tonight, making traffic stops. I'm going to tell you something that I think may be happening. I don't know that this is true. I really don't know if this is true, but I will tell you that I heard earlier that a C unit, C-31, said he was 1019 to Little Rock. And I've noticed that there's only a very few troopers doing any work up here tonight. And I'm kind of wondering if they sent the extra help. They've got extra help in Little Rock tonight. You know, Sunday nights into Monday mornings, they've got a lot of issues with those clubs that are, and people doing burnouts in the middle of the intersections and taking over intersections and drifting and doing all kinds of crazy driving in Little Rock. So I'm kind of wondering if they gathered some extra troopers from across Arkansas and they're all working in Little Rock tonight. Maybe we should have done a live stream there, huh? I don't know that that's true. But certainly if you guys want to look at iDrive Arkansas and look at some traffic cameras, you might see a bunch of traffic stops in Little Rock. I don't know. Passing exit 49 now. You're looking at the traffic camera. I'm the silver sedan passing exit 49 now. There's going to be a 30-second delay before you hear this, and there's going to be about a 45-second delay before you see me.
Okay. that it be a white bill, long blonde hair, Swedish blue eyes, skin Nolan for America.
Kingsbury and Red Wolf and one SUV, the Dodge Greyhound, AYK 62U, and Yankee 62.
Child left unfriend.
Morticia Moo asks if I have a favorite pair of underwear that I would like to discuss. No. Not really. I'll wear whatever. I will tell you I have a favorite type of sock. My favorite pair of socks are the ones they sell at Walmart, the cheap generic Walmart socks that don't constrict your ankle as tight as some other socks. I can't stand it when it's hard to get the sock on your foot. So I like just the cheapest, easiest pair of socks. I'll say that. All right, well, we are in Jonesboro, and maybe some of y'all have seen me on the traffic camera. If you're looking at iDriveArkansas.com, you're looking at the Jonesboro region, and you've activated traffic cameras. You have to select it. It doesn't just come up. You have to turn that on. iDriveArkansas.com, go to the side. On the right side, click traffic cameras. Look up here in northeast Arkansas around Jonesboro. If you want to see the TED, the Grand Marquis that I am driving, I'm going down Interstate 555 right now. I'm actually passing Southwest Drive. And so, yeah, you can actually see me driving right now if you really wanted to. I use that resource quite often. I like to go to iDrive Arkansas, and it helps me keep a pulse on what's going on all over the state. Sometimes, you know, it's pretty neat that you could be up here in Jonesboro and be looking at what's happening over in Fort Smith or Fayetteville, Texarkana, West Memphis. Pretty cool. Pine Bluff, all over.
They 40 gallons.
Okay, so we are kind of where the business district is of Jonesboro. You know, there's the old downtown section, then there's like the retail business section of Jonesboro, around where the old fairgrounds used to be, according to Beth. Thank you for the information. But we're going to exit right now. We're at Caraway and Interstate 555. We're going to take the exit now. We're just going to hang out in this area and kind of see what's happening out here. We are monitoring the Jonesboro Police Department, Fire Department, Craighead County Sheriff, and Arkansas State Police Troop C. So we have 4 radio channels going right now. We are monitoring them all.
Tim's workshop was out. He's asleep in his room.
Copy. Copy.
This is like Hotel Row through here. I'm on Phillips. I heard them say he was leaving his room. I don't know if the officers are at a hotel or what. But as I drive down here, we're looking to see if we see Jonesboro PD at one of these hotels. So what do y'all think about the double camera thing? Do y'all like it? It's pretty cool, isn't it? Right? Maybe, kind of. You like being able to see me as I'm driving? I don't know. I played around with it and got it to work and thought, well, we'll try that out. Maybe it makes the broadcast a little more lively. I don't know, that you can see me actually talking and looking around as I drive. And I know some of y'all will say that it's dark at times, and it is, because if I'm not in a city, and I don't have a night camera.
Say 40 Jones, we're 1024.
Uh-oh, he's got his siren going. Hang on, guys.
I say out there by Central Baptist, in the middle of the lot, Chevrolet SUV. Talking off drive out tag. I can't read the tag though.
Hey, where's Central Baptist in Greene County on 49? I hate to ask somebody to look that up for me.
Don't live a Wild Ford Explorer.
Will you look up Central Baptist in Paragould, Arkansas, and tell me what the address is? I think it's on US 49, because that's where he's been making traffic stops. If somebody would do that and put it in the chat, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, but TA, David Boy, 881 86 8164.
Oh, thank you, guard. Thank you so much, Guard. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Where the fairgrounds is. Well, I just found a traffic stop by Jonesboro PD.
145.
Right back there. It's where CB. I don't know where that is, y'all.
That's an 8 Wilkins, 1008 Wilkins for Bergen Progress. Call is advising that she's been home for around 2 hours now, but she had been gone for 2 weeks. She did a light turn on upstairs and her door shut. She lives alone and cannot get upstairs to check.
Okay. All right, let me read your comments real quick because I'm getting conflicting information here. Let's see. Race, Red Wolf Stadium. Is where CBC is. Stadium. It's on the right side of 49 near Brooklyn. Thank you very much, y'all. Hey, I appreciate y'all doing that. I need to plug in this one scanner while I pulled over real quick. Hang on just a second. Let me get this power supply before this scanner starts beeping at me because I've been running it for a while. Where's the cord for my other scanner? I have 2 scanners going tonight, I might add. Yeah, I could have done it all on one, but I tell you what, it really just does better when I have both of my scanners with me. So let's plug you in real quick. Ooh, I'm getting hot up in this car too. I gotta turn that down. Lord have mercy. All right, we might go up to Brooklyn real quick. There we go. All righty. Okay, so even though we did just make it to Jonesboro, I'm going to head up to Brookland. Brookland is in Craighead County. It's north of Jonesboro. If you're looking at the map of Jonesboro and you look north of town, you'll see the next little town along Highway 49, and it's called Brookland. And we're going to head that way because Corporal Morphus keeps making one traffic stop after another up there. So we're going to go up there and see if he is working on a stop, and maybe we can film it, and maybe we can wave at him too at the same time, you know? Something like that, huh? Oh, I'm sorry, I've got crap on the screen.
165 rated 10-4.
Let me get that off of there for you. Sorry about that. I hit the wrong button and didn't realize it. So if you saw all those words on the screen, I apologize.
putting in your location at Bridgewater.
Thank you. Arkansas 342, zebra, David Zebra, black, Florida.
Okay, so I'm still in Jonesboro. This is we're passing the Arkansas State University here. It's the second largest university in Arkansas. And this area up here is called Hilltop. We're going to North Jonesboro here, and the north side of Jonesboro is called Hilltop. And then we'll be entering Brooklyn soon.
What you guys?
Sorry, I'm over. I'm at Wilkins, Romeo, Roseburg.
Well, some of y'all wanted me to go to Paragould. Well, this is on the way to Paragould, so it's kind of like the best of both worlds. You got to go to Jonesboro, and we got to go to nearly Paragould. We are about, I don't know, 5 or 7 minutes away from Brooklyn. So, again, Corporal Morphus has probably made in excess of 10, 12 traffic stops since I've been listening. So he's been hanging out in this general area up here. We'll see if we can track him down. And I'm so glad that you have decided to spend your time watching me drive around Northeast Arkansas. Thank you. Thank you so much for your patronage to the channel. And if you're new and you've never watched one of our lives before, I'm glad that you're here, and I hope you'll consider subscribing and watching us again in the future. We welcome all to watch our channel from all over the world. We're glad you're here. $6205.49 South. Thank you so much for that.
It'll be a white male, 5'5" medium build, black hair, green tie, attached to the letter T, on his middle finger, wearing black hoodie, black t-shirt, black jumper pants, ruffled hood. He's trying to steal a car, either Bono, and Bono submitted the rising as of a TBI, and for the women that go in assist.
Dispatch out there was not the last location yet.
4220 South Central DCYS. Thank you.
DCYS.
No, to,
40. All right, well, we are almost to Brooklyn. We are just about there. So the history of this little area right through here, we are entering Brooklyn now. It was a railroad town. It's a major railroad that runs north and south through here. Paragould were all railroad towns. If you like history, look up Iron Mountain Railroad, Northeast Arkansas, Iron Mountain Railroad. And before it was ever Union Pacific, it was Iron Mountain Railroad. And this area up here had a lot of timber, and they pulled a lot of timber out of here on those rail cars and got them out of here. So the railroad was prevalent up here to haul timber out of here before it became farmland. Oh, someone's asking if I got gas. Yeah, I filled earlier today, and I'm still between a half and 3/4 of a tank. So we got plenty of fuel. Yes. All right, well, we are on the main drag of Brooklyn. This is, I think he was just north of town. And I'll tell you what, Corporal Morphus has got a pretty recognizable vehicle because he's driving the retro 2023 Dodge Charger that was the corporal car, the 50, or the, it's the blue, it's the, almost like a royal blue color that they did for 1 year for the corporals that had the rank of corporal. They got a corporal ride. That was the corporal rides. So Corporal Morphus drives a retro-looking Arkansas State Trooper car. It's almost a royal blue, and it has the star on the side. So really, we ought to be able to find it. It's not going to be hard to find that car. Oh boy. Hang on, we got start me another unit.
Copy 2152. Copy. One 47, we're up to that. Do we get unit talk to you?
Anytime an officer makes a traffic stop and in the same breath they say start me another unit, you can read between the lines. That's not good. Whatever triggered the officer to say start me another unit, they don't just start other units for shits and giggles, okay? They don't do that. They do have a second unit out with the Jonesboro officer that just made a traffic stop requesting a second unit. So it's not a fight or anything, or he would be hollering. So I guess it's okay for now. All right. So I ought to be coming up now. Interestingly, they just put out a call on South Stadium in Jonesboro for a juvenile that just ran away from the Department of Youth Services state facility, and he advised he was going to go steal a car and get out of there. So the officers are looking around the car dealerships near that area.
This is the staff. They're advising that he's back north of us. He's in the ditch.
Well, now they're saying he's in a ditch. He's north of the building in a ditch now. So they're looking for a juvenile that ran away that's threatening to steal a car. And they've tracked him down to a ditch north of the facility. Okay, well, we ought to be coming. I thought we would see Morphus by now, maybe not. He probably knows we're coming. Be ironic if I got pulled over tonight. Well, he made a traffic stop right here at the party store earlier, so I know he's got to be right in here somewhere. We just crossed into Greene County, so we're technically closer to Paragould now than we are Jonesboro. And we're in the county that the trooper works. So let's see if we see him right up here. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe or maybe not. I don't know. Do some donuts. Yeah, really. I mean, I can. This car does them. I can tell you that. This car very much so will do it. Okay, there's Central Baptist Church right there. So we're passing Central Baptist. This must be where he made the traffic stop. Now, we really ought to come up with a trooper real soon, I think. Maybe. Come on, Morphus, where'd you go? Drove all the way up here, and now you're gone. That's how that goes. I swear that's how that goes. That is how that goes when you They like,
Scott knows I have dated
okay, well, came to Paragould. God, I've been all over everywhere tonight, haven't I?
Good. Copy.
Yeah, somewhere over there, she's selling through. Open field toward the highway. I'm gonna go back down here off the road and look around and see if there's more that's it.
Well, on a rabbit chase or what? What happened to him? Where'd he go? Well, he only made like 12 traffic stops, and then I get up here and he's being quiet. Well, we have entered Paragould, so for the folks that wanted me to come here, guess what? You got it. I came to Paragould. Here you are. Here we are.
Where you at? He's gone.
I like to pull into public places like this at night because sometimes they be sitting in the parking lot and you might get lucky. I do not see him here, but that does happen. I don't know how many of y'all are watching right now that remember the tornado that hit up here while I was live. Do you remember that? Any of y'all remember that live stream we did in Paragould? Jonesboro, Paragould? When the tornado hit up here?
my lord.
Overpass I-555.
We're 15. Can we get a car to the access road?
The Parkroom Stadium intersection on the interstate.
That juvenile fled. That juvenile fled, and they ran after him and got him in custody. So what we were listening to a minute ago, that juvenile actually fled, and they got him in custody at the interstate service road there at where was the cross street? Stadium / Red Wolf and the interstate.
Our cars are not very far. We just can't get to them on the overpass or on the access road.
Stand by. All right. We are back 10-8. I really don't know what happened to Trooper Morphus or Corporal Morphus. I haven't heard him make a traffic stop lately. I know where he hides, though. You know, one thing I know Corporal Morphus. I've done enough of his traffic stops. I know where he hides up here, though. We'll see. I'm about to be at one of his hiding spots. We'll see if he's there. Since I'm this far up here. Now, we are in Paragould. As I alluded to, if you watched the live stream back in April of this year, we filmed a tornado, breakout. And literally, we didn't actually film the funnel cloud of the tornado, if you will, but we filmed the power flashes. So if you were watching that live stream with me as I left Jonesboro, came into Paragould, we saw power flashes, an immense amount of lightning and blinding rain, all while we were live. And yeah, that was pretty scary, actually, I have to say, especially you know, I'm a lifelong Arkansan. I've only said that 100 times, but you know what, folks? If you lived in Arkansas for long, you develop a sixth sense about the weather. And I'll tell you, one of the worst things that can possibly happen is a rain-wrapped tornado. Any meteorologist on any channel will tell you that a rain-wrapped tornado is by and large the most dangerous type of tornado because you can't see it. And especially if it happens at night. And that was what happened. As a tornado outbreak occurred, a tornado hit the south side of Paragould, tore up part of the neighborhood, and we were just a half a mile or so away from that, probably within a mile. Because I literally saw the power flashes and knew that that was really bad. So, anyway, they have since rebuilt up here. The neighborhoods that got hit up here, they all had insurance for the most part. They've been rebuilding and getting roofs put back on. That was back in the spring. That's already done now. All right, so I'm on US 412 right here in Paragould. We're coming up to the old downtown section of Paragould. And I'm going to cross this bridge, and this is the older part of town through here. And I have known Corporal Morphus to sit right here at a building where he can run his radar kind of tucked in right back here, and we're right there at it. So let's see if we see him sitting over here. You never know, he might be there, he might not be there. The building I'm talking about, let me get in the left lane, is coming up right here on the left. It is this building you see right here to the left right now. That right there. He's sits there where that car wash is, about 3/4 of the way obstructed, and sticks out just enough to run radar. How do I know? Because I featured his traffic stops. That's how I know he does it. That is probably one of many places that he hides, but yeah. Oh. But you never know, he might be down here getting fuel. You know, he's been working a lot tonight. Wouldn't surprise me if maybe he was down here getting gas. There's a sheriff back here.
Sam Frank Boy 5219. Sam Frank Boy.
We'll go see what's going on down here. What is that? Is that the bypass?
162 dispatch, issue me the next camera.
One one six.
Pretty cool sheriff's truck right here. I'd like to point out that's a newer looking truck. I haven't seen a newer looking truck lately. They all usually use
Able today, son.
Dodges. Hold on, let me zoom in
Yeah,
on
I'm ready,
that.
son. I'm pretty much dispatching in the area.
Copy.
So that right there is a Greene County Sheriff's pickup truck. Pretty cool. New Ford pickup truck. Get that just right there. Well. I guess we're going to get 98 from Paragould. Let's head back to Jonesboro where I know we can see some stuff. I guess the sheriff, he's getting ready to walk out the door here in just a second. The Greene County Sheriff is Brad Snyder, Greene County Sheriff, and he has a little bit of a social media presence on Facebook. He does some updating to the citizens of this county. I think it's pretty cool. He was really in it during the tornadoes, giving updates about the tornado damage in Greene County, and so that's how I found out about him, was through that. All right, well,
160 dispatch.
we didn't see any Corporal Morphus, not right now. But see, here's a bar. There's a bar right behind me. We just passed it. So that's kind of another reason why this is a heavily patrolled little stretch of highway right here, because they've got a bar. You know, folks get out here and drive drunk sometimes. I mean, it happens. They definitely do that. See that white building coming up on your right side of your screen? Right here, that white building right there, that's where he hides. He sits right in this parking lot. That's what I was telling you. Sits right there and barely pokes out there with his radar. I'm going to pull over and read a couple of your comments real quick. Let me pull over and look at what you've said here. I don't want to feel like I'm ignoring you here. Let's go back. Oh, we got somebody waving from downtown Paragould. That's cool. Let's go show it off real quick. I really like the downtown area, Paragould. They've got a pretty cool little scene down here. I love to show it off when we're here. So let's check out some of your comments here. Put a sticker on it, James. Yeah, really. Yeah, I'm looking for troopers. Yes, we're in Greene County. Let's see what else we've got here. Pamela's back safe. That's good. Let's see. Pamela remembers that live stream. That's right. And we've got folks, Revette 74 from Cabot, Lonoke County. I definitely got experience there. In Lonoke County, as I was a Central Arkansan until just a couple of years ago. So yes, and yes. And I come through Cabot on my way to Little Rock quite often when I come down from the Northeast. So I'm going to take you down the old school side of the old Paragould here. And the first things first that I want to point out is look at this hamburger station right here. You see this? Hang on, let me Let me pull over right here and show you. Hamburger station. Look at that old building.
Laura, John Young.
It's pretty neat. I've always loved that. I've never eaten there, but I've always loved that building. Oh, goodness gracious. Where's the Paragould Police Department when you need them? Where are they? Do I have any members of the Paragould Police Department watching the live stream right now? Every time I've come up here and had any interactions with the Paragould Police, they've always been nice to me. I don't remember the officer's name, but I had an officer that was an avid watcher of our channel from Paragould, and we thank him for that. As a matter of fact, I went back to my car and went and got him a bumper sticker and brought it back in. That was one day when I went to the police department to make a FOIA request in person, which I don't normally have to do, but I did it this time. So we're in the downtown section of Paragould here. I love the lights. I love the vibe. It's dead down here right now. All the bars are closed. It's Sunday night. What do you expect? But hey, it's a pretty cool downtown area through here. Got a nice little bar down here called Skinny J's. Skinny J's. They've got one in North Little Rock, one in Jonesboro, one here in Paragould. I recommend Skinny J's. If any of y'all are looking for cool places to check out Skinny J's, North Little Rock, Jonesboro, and Paragould. Again, they're not a paid sponsor. It's just experience. I can tell you they got good food, good drinks, and a good vibe. Skinny J's right here on the right. NST. I'm hearing NST. Where am I hearing NST at? Somebody's yelling NST. Let me do the block. NST. I heard NST. Let me do the block. Now, first of all, before we do the block, I've got to show off the mural here. Downtown Paragould. Downtown Paragould. One and only. All right. NST. I heard NST. I must have a fan somewhere down here. They told me they were in downtown. I guess I found them. Let's see if I can find my fan here. And I know I heard it right in here too. Where did I hear that? I swear I heard somebody yelling NST. There ain't nobody down here for nothing. You know, I wouldn't put it past this downtown to have some ghosts. I mean, this is over 100 years old down here. Somebody had to have died at some point, right? I mean, I hate to call out the obvious like that, but hey. But I heard them say NST twice. That's why I rolled the window down. Huh, is there anybody in the street? Anyway, here's a cool mural here. Nice mural. Lady Justice there. See Lady Justice here? All right. Well, I guess I'm going to chalk that up to a ghost because I sure didn't see anybody. That doesn't surprise me, though. Let's go back down there one more time. Jim thinks I'm hearing things. Well, but I know I heard NST, and then I heard NST again. I know I heard it twice. I know what I heard. But I can tell you right now, I'm a, I know this doesn't apply to everybody. I'm not trying to talk religion or anything like that, but I can't lie and tell you I'm a very spiritual person. Okay? And I'm a very spiritual person, and I have experienced some cool stuff in my life that just affirms that spirituality is my thing. So, sometimes I think I hear things and I know I heard things, but it doesn't surprise me. Let me just put it to you that way. I don't get surprised much anymore. Let me look in this alley. No. Okay, well. Either somebody yelled my name down here and is hiding, or that was the ghost. And that would not surprise me at all. Alrighty, well, maybe y'all think that I'm just nuts, but hey, whatever. Let's move on. Let's move on. That's odd. Yeah, Tennessee Whiskey says, I see dead people. Well, I don't. I don't see dead people, but I certainly have had some experiences with spirituality that lead me to believe that it is true, and I don't try to, I really can't get down with folks that try to pressure people into their beliefs and religion and politics and all this other bullshit. Let's just keep it real. Everybody has their opinion. Everybody has their opinions. I don't like forcing mine on anybody else. You can believe whatever in the hell you want to believe at this point in life. Who am I to tell you any different? I can only speak from my experiences, however. And as I said, I'm a spiritual person. So we'll just leave it at that. And just real basic. It's real basic. You just do good and good things happen. And you do bad and bad things happen. So we just try to do good always and try to do right by others. Try to do good things every day. I try. I know I heard that. Oh, Big Gun TV, I'll come back. I see you just commented. I'll come back. Flash me one more time. I passed them apartments a few times. That's gonna drive me nuts. I know what I heard. Damn, I know what I heard. There's nobody out here. Okay, flash me one more time. I'm almost to your building. Bell Caboose, yep, that's exactly right. Cool. Cool. So we got a fan over here in this apartment building to the right. That's what's up. Big Gun TV, hello. Big shout out from Natural State Transparency right here in the big time happening downtown section of Paragould. All right, let's do this block one more time. Thanks for flashing us and shouting out. Appreciate that. The Paragould Police Department is not far from here. They just built a new building. It's across the street from the new Greene County Courthouse. Everything's new over here now. Roll those windows up. It's pretty cold out here. Oh, goodness. So the new Paragould Police Department building is right here on the right, and we're going to pass it right now. That is the Paragould Police Department and City Hall. And then across the street from it is the Greene County Courthouse. And I had the pleasure of going into both the Paragould Police Department and this Greene County Courthouse separately. I had to go in there to make a FOIA request as well on a shoplifting deal. I didn't end up releasing a movie on it because there was no footage, but I did request some records. And there was a dispatcher here in the Northeast that got caught shoplifting at Wal-Mart here in Paragould. She was arrested, taken to the jail, and she ended up being forced to resign. You know, and it was one of those deals where, yeah, it's just a public official that you know, had the woman in particular, I think she had over 20 years on the job, but you know, that still doesn't give you the right to go out here and commit crimes and hide behind your sheriff's department that you worked for. And you know, it was good to hear that she was made to resign. Because there's really no excuse for that. You know what I mean? That's the hypocrisy behind that is just immense. You sit there and you shoplift and then you work for the sheriff's department. Now, she didn't work for Greene County. I'm not going to say which agency she worked for, but I will tell you it was not Paragould PD and it was not Greene County Sheriff. But, you know, it just, there's no need to worry about that story anymore. She no longer works for law enforcement. So, is what it is. I will tell you, though, that speaking of, if you want to know a story that I'm actively working on, I'm not going to tell you which sheriff's department, but there is a sheriff's department in Arkansas where a deputy was pulled over for DWI, and he showed his ass. You hear me? He showed his ass, but he got caught by a trooper. But he showed his ass. And I'm not saying literally pulled his pants down. I'm just saying he acted a horse's ass during the stop and was arrested, and then he refused to blow. So he got a DWI and a DWI refusal, and it came out 2 hours after that that he was a sheriff's deputy, and he wanted to call his sheriff and told the trooper that he was getting ready to lose his job. And I'm going to tell you something about the state police. You just trust me when I tell you this. You trust what I'm telling you. Okay, I'm not big on making bold statements like this, but I know a thing or two, and I promise you, who will win in that scenario? The state trooper or the sheriff's deputy? Who stands to lose there? If you think that it's the sheriff's deputy, you would be sadly mistaken. I promise you, he lost. You know, if a city cop or a sheriff had pulled that sheriff's deputy over, he might have had some wiggle room. He had no wiggle room when he got pulled over by an Arkansas state trooper. He's done. And guess what the trooper told him? And you'll see this on video because I'm actively working this right now. I'm not going to tell you which agency. I don't want to give away my secrets because, unfortunately, we do have, sometimes competitors do watch my lives, and I don't want to give away my secrets because I'm working on this and I don't want to give it away. But the sheriff's deputy literally told the trooper, "You're going to lose your job over this." And the trooper looked at him and said, "Yeah, well, you're going to lose your career over this," and meant it. He's a little arrogant little son of a bitch. And I don't like to cuss a lot and talk about people like that, but I promise you this deputy has it coming to him. The court case hasn't been resolved yet. He's got himself an attorney, and he's actively fighting the case. But I really have absolutely no love for that at all. And not only was he a freaking hypocrite, but he was in total denial that he even he lied and said he hadn't even had anything to drink. But what was interesting was, okay, again, not going to tell you the whole story because I want you to see it for yourself. But the trooper clocked him at 113 miles an hour and then got behind him and paced him for a mile at 113. And this idiot sheriff's deputy never slowed down one time. And he was all over the road. He was on an interstate. But dude, a 2-lane interstate. He couldn't even maintain either lane. He was on both shoulders. It was the most blatant example of a drunk driver in the history of it being filmed. I just cannot stress that enough to you. This video I'm working on is going to just blow your mind how obvious of a drunk driving case this was. And then the deputy's like, "I didn't have anything to drink," and he was a total horse's ass. He deserves to be terminated for his actions. He should never work in Arkansas law enforcement ever again. He is an embarrassment and a skid mark on the underwear of Arkansas law enforcement. You heard me. Drops the mic. And you have that to look forward to real soon on Natural State Transparency. So there's that. And I promise you, I am actively, just make no mistake about it. I've got FOIA requests in, and I'm waiting for everything to come back. I just filed for all of that Friday. So, it's over the weekend. No one's had any time really to work on it. But when I discovered that video, because I requested this video from state police, and I watched it today and was just stunned by the level of arrogance by this deputy. It cannot remain unchecked. He needs to lose his damn job. He needs to lose his career, and he needs to be exposed for being the asshole that he is. And I'll just stop with that right there. Be right back. Let me tell y'all something. Speaking of that particular deputy, there's some people that should have never been in law enforcement to begin with. This guy should have never been in law enforcement to begin with because he's a damn liar. And you can't have a liar as a cop. When you're a liar and you're a documented liar, you don't have any business being a law enforcement officer. Your credibility is shot. There's no job you can do. Any defense attorney can claim that you're a Brady cop because you've given false testimony or you've been proven a liar. This guy's a piece of shit. If he still works for the sheriff's department, and I'm going to find that out. If he still works for the sheriff's department, it's going to come out. And it won't just be me. There will be other YouTubers and news agencies that will be made aware of his presence and his misfortunes and misdeeds, rather. Let's say that. So it won't just be me. You can expect that video to drop in about a week or two. I'm just waiting on all the footages and paperwork associated with the FOIA requests that I've filed. So we're waiting on all of that. I'll have an update real soon. You'll know. I'll post it. We'll premiere it. Alrighty then. Well, and you know, I really hate to see somebody lose their career over something like that, but the last thing you should do is lie about it. If you know you screwed up, you need to just own your screw up and be done with it. You know what you did. Do like Corporal Briggs down in Pine Bluff. You know what you did. Only you know what you done. I mean, you have to own it. You know you screwed up. It kind of makes it hard for you to be a deputy when they suspend your driver's license for a year. Oh, no. I just was saying, Corporal Briggs, in one of the videos I did of him, he told this lady who had a warrant, or why he was asking her why her license was suspended, and he said, well, your license is suspended, only you know what you done. I never forgot that he said that. I thought that was brilliant. I loved how he said that. Only you know what you done. All right, folks. Well, we're in Paragould, but we're going to head back to Jonesboro. I'll stay live for a little bit longer. I've got that second cup of coffee in me now, so I'm still lively enough. Hang on. Where's he at?
412 West and Airport Road, Arkansas. Boy, Hoy William, A2 Union, BBW A2U. It's on a white Jeep.
I think Corporal Morphus is just down the street. If this light will change, I'll go check it out. I'll go see. Come on, light. Damn. What are you doing sitting here? What's going on? So I'm going to run down the street because Corporal Morphus just made a traffic stop, and I'm only about a mile away from there. So let's see if he's still there. Now, I don't think he's going to get on camera and say hello to you or, any of that. And I don't expect that. If I do talk to him, he probably isn't going to be on camera doing it. You never know, maybe.
8 Westwood Drive. Response on fire, ground 1.
And of course, I'll tell you up front that I don't want to harass the cops. I'm not trying to roll up on a traffic stop and all of that. So, there's a certain way you got to handle yourself. I'd wait. If I'm going to try to talk to him, we're going to talk to him after he gets done. And he's hopefully sitting in the parking lot, I might try to wave at him or something, get his attention, but, I wouldn't advise anybody to try to roll up on your favorite trooper while they're on a traffic stop, because they're doing their job, their own business at that moment. So what I'm trying to tell you is don't get some wild notion that he might not even talk to us. He got that too, but we'll see. Pamela says Corporal Briggs is awesome. Yes, he is. I love Corporal Briggs. I really do. Hell, I love Corporal Morphus for that matter. I love, I love featuring some of these troopers are just gold. They're golden. They're great at their jobs. And I really love showing that off. Okay, there's Corporal Morphus right there with the blue lights. So Corporal Morphus is just right ahead with the blue lights on, right there. And let's see what vehicle he is in tonight, if he's in his blue Dodge Charger. Yeah. He is in his blue Dodge Charger. Cool. probably want to, let's go back here and I'll sit up until he gets done. Let's sit back here. That other car rolls off, I might just roll right up. That's probably what we'll do. So we're going to pull in here to make sure that I can. They don't take long on traffic stops, so I'll just tell you that. If he walks back and that's that. So that is the Corporal Morphus right there, C40. We have featured him probably, I don't know, 10, 12, 14 times on the channel, something like that. I sure do love those corporate rides, though. They really are sharp looking. Yeah, Trey says just floor it when you're walking. Yeah, Ted has been through worse. You're right about that. Corporal Morphus up here in Paragould. He's having a longer than usual discussion with somebody at the window there. I wonder if they're pulling up their insurance or something like that. You never know, the stop might turn into more. He might have to tow that vehicle. So if you hear Morphus key up and say start a 1011, well, we'll know that's start a tow. And I'll tell you something, I love this camera that we've got tonight on this. I've got the big camera and it just zooms in so well. Look how good that looks on the screen. It's a pretty good zoom in there. Well, we'll see. You know it's not going to go too well if someone has to exit the vehicle, you know what I mean? Like if you see the driver get out, then that means that's probably not going to go too well. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, this one is taking a long time, isn't it? Yeah, he's definitely not 1037 right now. No. All right. This is where you gotta. If I'm gonna catch him, I gotta catch him right now.
Simple. C-17 Jonesboro. 10-7. 10-4.
Sure will. Well. To the live stream audience that is even still with me, which there is no telling how many people are even here now, and I apologize for that long delay. Yours truly was having a conversation with Corporal Morphus here in Paragould, Greene County. And for the ones that don't know, we witnessed him make a traffic stop a few minutes ago, or probably about nearly an hour ago now. And we rolled up and introduced ourselves and had us a really nice conversation. And so that is what took so long. I do apologize for not keeping y'all in the loop. That was kind of one of those deals that was spontaneous, and it was kind of hard for me to pull away from the conversation to come back to y'all at that moment. So anyway, he is on his way back to the house. His shift ends at 1 o'clock, and so he's on his way home, and we are still live here in Paragould at the moment. I will tell you that I desperately need to find a open gas station for a minute, folks. So if you are still with me and we're live, and hopefully we do have some people. I see some comments. That's good. Yay! I'm really glad. You know, I tell you what, guys, I go all over the state. I meet all kinds of people. I meet all kinds of troopers. And I've just never had a bad interaction with an Arkansas State Trooper ever. And that is again proven tonight. With the conversation I just had with Corporal Morphus. He's a good guy, and he had a lot of cool things to say, and we had a lot of good conversation. So I will tell you that, you know, I'll just tell you again, and nothing that, you know, I'm not going to quote him. He didn't say this. I'm just telling you that the general sentiment is that the troopers absolutely do watch your comments in the videos. And so if you don't think that they're reading that, you are mistaken. They do read your comments. So hopefully you will continue to leave comments so that they can read them. But we had a great conversation, and I enjoyed it. So we're still live right now. I'll probably stay live for a little bit longer since we delayed it for so long. Get my radio channels back where they need to be, and we will go from there. But first things first, order of business, I have got to hit a gas station. So let's do that real quick. I like the comment that you just saved a lot of people from getting a ticket. Yeah. I'll tell you what, I don't think Corporal Morphus is a huge ticket rider compared to some other troopers. I think in the videos that I've ever featured him in, he always is fair. You know, he's trying to not have to write a ticket, to be honest with you. You know, he seems to be one that tries to let you dictate how the traffic stop is going to go, in a sense. You know, if you show out, or you got a lot going on, then yeah, you'll probably get a ticket, but chances are you might not. Alrighty, is this gas station open? I'm not even sure that it's open. I don't think it is. Guys, that sucks. Well. Alrighty then. Well. Alrighty. Now, good deal. Let's see, what do we got here? Pamela says, seize the opportunity when you have it. I'm happy you got to talk to him. You know what, Pamela? I completely concur, and thank you for saying that, because you know what? Ordinarily, I wouldn't have done that. But again, I have never actually met him in person, and I have often wanted to meet him in person because obviously, you know, Pamela and others, I've featured him probably, I don't know, 10, 12, 15 times at this point. He's one of the troopers that I've featured the most of. And so, I develop a fandom for them as well. There's some troopers I would love to meet and have a conversation with. He was always one of those that I swore that I would want to have a conversation with if I ever got the opportunity to. And so I did get the opportunity to, and I'm grateful for that. So I need to charge that. But it went well. I'll say that. It went very well. And he told me, again, I'm not going to quote a lot of things he said because we were having a private conversation about a lot of things, but one of the public things that I think he wouldn't mind me sharing was that, he said that he's had several people tell them that they've seen videos of him on YouTube and my channel, and so, you know, he is well aware that we have covered him in the past and continue to cover him, and you know, he just thinks it's pretty neat. So we'll just leave it at that. Scales of Justice OC says, I love watching your videos and especially the music that starts them off. Thank you so much for that. That is Jasper Williams. He was a dear friend of mine. He unfortunately passed away in 2023. And I have an intimate knowledge of that song, considering that when he wrote that song, he performed that song on my back porch in 2013. It's like the lyric when he says 2013, catch me on the weekends. Yeah. Well, one of those weekends, he came over to my house and sang that on my porch. And the song was born. And so, you know, I know there's a lot of people that don't understand why I feature that song, and some people leave their comments about it. And you know, there's always going to be somebody that doesn't like the song, and that's fine. I get it. I understand that. You know, I don't like mustard on my hot dog, but that doesn't mean you're wrong for eating mustard on your hot dog. You know what I'm saying? I might just want ketchup or barbecue sauce. So, you know, music is like food. Everybody has a select taste or whatever. And, you know, I can understand that not everybody likes that song and thinks it's obnoxious, and, you know, they don't understand the context. And, you know, if I was a person who had never seen this channel and I discovered this channel by happenstance, and the first thing I heard was that song, and I might think it was odd that the channel creator would choose that song. And, you know, there are some people that are just so rude about, you know, they just leave just awful comments about the song, though, and sometimes, and I just really don't have much patience for that at all.
Redispatch 1239, en route 1239, around 1244, 0 to 114.
Where in the hell am I? I'm on Rocket. Wait, I know where I'm at. What am I asking that question for? I know where I'm at. So I'm in the south side of Paragould, but we're gonna head out of Paragould and head back to Jonesboro for the remainder of our time live tonight. Again, I want to thank you for your patience. If you were waiting patiently for me to return, thank you so much for not just giving up on me. Oh yeah, I know exactly where I'm at now. All right. Good. So Half Pint asked, are we going back to Jonesboro? Yes, we are totally going back to Jonesboro. If I'm going to stay live, I want to go where there's the highest propensity of things that we might be able to see. And I believe that will be in Jonesboro, where I can listen to the radio. Again, our problem from earlier was that most of the agencies up here have their channels encrypted. I can't listen to a lot of it, but in Jonesboro, they do not encrypt their police dispatch or fire dispatch. So if something pops off in Jonesboro, we will know about it. The Arkansas State Police is pretty much done at this point. They go home about 1 something, so any troopers in this area pretty much gone home. They'll be on call. They have an on-call trooper for situations arising from like fatality accidents and stuff like that. They'll call a trooper out in the middle of the night, the on-call trooper for tonight, but otherwise the troopers have gone home. So we are actually going to switch our radio over to, we have 2 scanners in the car, but I'm going to use the big scanner for Jonesboro now instead of state police. So let's get that switched over. Well, all right, we got the big radio switched over to Jonesboro, so we are going to head that way. We are on US 49 here on the south side of Paragould, and we're just going to head that way. At least the good thing about right now being that it is 1:18 Central Standard Time here in Northeast Arkansas is that the traffic has died down to virtually nothing. And that does help when you don't have to deal with a bunch of traffic. So the question was asked, what time do the troopers come back on duty? I mean, this is pretty well across Arkansas. Most of the troops don't have a midnight trooper. So with the exceptions of Little Rock, I believe up there in Troop L, Northwest Arkansas, and I believe maybe in West Memphis. I'm not 100 on that though. But at least Little Rock I know. I'm almost sure about Troop L and Troop D. The rest of the troops in Arkansas, they all go home about 1 o'clock and they come back on duty. The morning shift usually gets 10-8 at about 0600. Sometimes a little bit earlier if they're driving in. But from 0100 to 0600, it's usually no troopers available, unless it's the on-call trooper. Well, most of them don't. There are a couple that do. Like Little Rock and Troop A, their midnight shift call signs are Adam 11 through Adam 19. It's A11 through A19. A11 is the sergeant, and then 12 through 19 are the midnight shift troopers rather. Corporal Ibarra is Adam 19, A19. Y'all been seeing him on some pursuits recently. Hey, you've been watching since 9:30 tonight. Wow, that's cool. Great, I'm so glad. Maybe we can actually see something cool here in a little bit. You never know. We're heading back to Jonesboro for the last leg of our live stream here, and we'll see if we can drum up something to look at. You just never know. All right, we just entered Goobertown right now. Goobertown, it's in northern Craighead County on the way to Paragould. There's a little unincorporated area called Goobertown right here. We're in Goobertown. We'll be in Brooklyn here in just a minute. If you're looking on a map right now, look at Jonesboro and then look north of there on Highway 49 as it goes to Paragould. We're in the northern part of Craighead County right now, coming in from the north. For you folks that are looking at a map and following along, Kelly is asking if there's any word on where the 3 or the new 5 female troopers got sent. I don't know. I don't. I will tell you though that usually they announce it, so it should be easy to Google and find that out. And I'm not saying you should. I just don't know. But in previous past troop schools, usually the announcement that the state police makes is they'll introduce all the different troopers and where they're going to. So I would imagine that if we Google It's probably class of 2025B, because I don't think they did 3 troop schools this year. They probably did 2. If you were to Google Arkansas State Police Class 2025-B, I bet it would come up. I just am not able to do that right now, or I'd answer it for you. But I bet you if you were to do that, it would tell you. There's probably an announcement that was made introducing all the new troopers and where they're going to be going to. But I don't know. But I will say they will be featured on our channel at some point. I try to feature all the highway patrol troopers. I do. I try to feature them. I see Wisdom Rules. Thank you so much for taking that on, and Pamela for taking care of the trashy comment just then. Thank you so much for that. We did a 1-2 punch on that one. All right. So we're through Brooklyn now. We're coming into Jonesboro as we speak. We have just made it to Jonesboro. Again, we're monitoring the radio, but the radio is pretty quiet right now, so we're just going to drive around and see what there is to see. We might not stay live all that much longer. We'll see. If it's real dead, I'll give up. So we're coming into the northern end of Jonesboro right now. Kelly's asking how often you come across the highway police in your videos. I've never actually featured the highway police, like gotten their footage and shown it. They do make traffic stops, and occasionally the troopers work hand in hand with the highway police sometimes on the traffic stops. but I've never actually featured the highway police on their own. And for the ones that don't know what the difference is, because you might not, the Arkansas State Police is not the Arkansas Highway Police. And actually, the oldest agency, the oldest police agency in Arkansas is the Arkansas Highway Police. So the Arkansas Highway Police was around before the Arkansas State Police. And the difference between the two agencies is the highway police tends to do commercial vehicle enforcement. They're the ones that are going to inspect the 18-wheeler and make sure that all of the safety equipment is in check. Fire extinguishers are present, the brakes aren't burned up, the tires have good tread, etc., etc. They do inspections. They can shut down a truck and take it out of service. They also do searches of commercial vehicles for dope. You know, if they're looking for drugs, you go through a weigh station, they pull you for an inspection, you know, find a bunch of bundles of dope in your truck. You know, that's their gig. That's not to say they can't pull over a passenger car for being stupid. They do all the time. But primarily their mission is commercial vehicle enforcement, and they run with the standards of the federal DOT, and they get funded to do that. So that is really their mission. They also, the highway police also works all of the highway construction zones in Arkansas. When they have an active construction zone, they'll always have a Arkansas Highway Police presence at that construction site. So that's another role of the highway police. Now, the Arkansas State Troopers, on the other hand, they have primary jurisdiction over all state highways and interstates in Arkansas. That is the Arkansas State Police. Again, they have primary jurisdiction on all state highways and interstates in Arkansas. They have secondary jurisdiction everywhere else. Ooh, what does that mean? I've really thrown you for a loop there, haven't I? Well, in other words, who do you call first for an accident that occurs on a state highway? The Arkansas State Police. The troopers respond to that. Now, if a trooper made a traffic stop in the middle of the city, any city, let's just say since we're in Jonesboro, not a state highway, but they made a traffic stop in a residential neighborhood, are they allowed to? The answer is completely 100% yes. They have statewide jurisdiction, first of all. They're a statewide agency that can make a traffic stop or have an interaction with you anywhere in the state. But when I say it's a secondary jurisdiction, it's because the city cops would work the incident in the city, okay, or the county, like the sheriffs. So in other words, if they had a domestic disturbance break out in the county, they're going to send county deputies to handle the domestic. They're not going to send a trooper. That doesn't mean a trooper can't hear it on his radio and decide he's going to help out. That happens a lot. But they have secondary jurisdiction because the primary agency for the area handles the call, right? Does that make sense now? So again, primary for highways, interstates, secondary for everything else. doesn't mean a trooper can't pull you over or have an interaction with you anywhere in the state at any time. They absolutely can, and they will, and they do. Now, let's see. The deal with the interdiction team. Well, that is, the state police has always had some sort of interdiction type presence on the state interstates and highways of Arkansas. But they decided to make a troop. And the troop is the ICP troop. And I don't really know too much about it. So I can only speculate. I can't really tell you much about it because I don't really know about it that much. They formed it a couple of years ago. They took troopers from every troop in Arkansas and gave them special call signs. They're the 1300s. So anytime you hear a 1300 on the radio of any sort, 1351 is Trooper Anna Escamilla as an example. But anytime you hear a 1300 on the radio, that is an ICP trooper, an Interstate Criminal Patrol trooper. And it's exactly what it sounds like. They're drug interdiction experts. They're really trying to get the big dope hauls. They do pull over 18-wheelers as well, but they pull over passenger cars, especially, and people that are coming out of states that have a lot of dope. Like, for instance, a lot of people are smuggling marijuana out of Oklahoma because their restrictions are very loose there with being able to grow and such. So there's a lot of people that go to Oklahoma and get weed and decide they're going to bring it towards the East Coast. They come through Arkansas, they get pulled over. So Interstate Criminal Patrol is looking for dope loads. They're looking for money. They're looking for guns. But really, again, the money and the dope go hand in hand. So they'll sometimes work both sides of the freeway, and on one side of the freeway, the money's going that direction. And on the other side of the freeway, the dope is going that direction. So, they're looking for loads. They're looking for lots of money, lots of dope, lots of guns, human trafficking. Interstate Criminal Patrol. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's like a zero tolerance squad. Well, I don't want to say that because a zero tolerance squad's a little different. But, you get the general gist of it. So, like a highway patrol trooper, the difference between ICP and a highway patrol trooper, the highway patrol trooper's looking for the same stuff, but they have a generalized approach because they're going to have to take accidents. They're going to have to take, vehicle versus deer, animals. What is it? Like I said, accidents. They're going to be backing city officers and county officers sometimes on calls. They're going to be making traffic stops, finding DWIs, that kind of stuff, right? That's what a highway patrol trooper does. And yeah, sure, sometimes they're looking for dope. They're looking for guns. They're looking for money. Yes, and yes. But the Interstate Criminal Patrol, on the other hand, is a specialized unit that does, they have heavy emphasis on the money load, the dope load, the gun loads. They're not tied to having to answer accident calls and doing the other duties of a state trooper. That's the whole point. So it's not to say that a ICP unit couldn't work an accident, because they totally could. They could totally work an accident. I've heard them do it. But that is not what their function is really for. Their function is to not act so much as a highway patrol trooper. They're out here to do a specialized focus on those things that I've mentioned. Well, Ducks are Life 78 says he appreciates the explanations, and again, if I don't know, I'm not going to just tell you or blow smoke up your ass. I'm just not that kind of guy. I'm really not. I never have been. But I used to work for the agency, so I do know some things. I don't know everything, but I know enough. So the things I'm telling you about is just things that I've learned over my time, both working at the Arkansas State Police as well as just having conversations with troopers and the videos that we feature, and having a working knowledge of the agency. So that is for sure what you're getting from my channel anyway. Is somebody that kind of knows. Well, it is just dead as a doornail out here. Sunday night. Sunday night is an interesting night when it relates to coming out here and trying to do some street journalism / scanner chasing, or whatever you want to call it. Sunday night can go either way. It's a weird night. Sometimes it's dead, sometimes it's lively. It's a wild card night. You just never know what you're going to get on a Sunday night. I have to say, it seems like it's pretty dead out here right now. We're going to drive by this Jonesboro cop a second time. There's a Jonesboro police officer sitting here. So this is the second time I've driven by here in the last 2 minutes. There's a Jonesboro unit just sitting there. You just never know. We're back on Hotel Row here, Hotel Row. There's a flock camera right there. They have a flock camera on both ends of Hotel Row here in Jonesboro. This is, where all the hotels are. And it's not all of them. There's a few other hotels in Jonesboro. But these are the older hotels. And so Jonesboro Police Department erected flock cameras on both sides of this stretch of Jonesboro through here. So both sides here have a flock camera. So for the folks that don't know what a flock camera is, that's worthy of Googling, and you can read up all about flock and the cameras that they're installing all across the country. But a generalized explanation of a flock camera is that they are these cameras that are solar powered that can capture your license plate, and they cross-reference your information through the flock database. And it is quite controversial. Police agencies say it helps their departments detect crime faster, sooner. They use the example of, say, someone's been kidnapped, and they enter the license plate into the system, and then they've got flock cameras all across the country, and you drive by one and it alerts the local agencies around there that you just drove by. So it helps them track down those kind of crimes sooner. I did a video, an Arkansas State Police Traffic Series video about a year ago, where two ladies came up from near West Memphis. They were in Marion. They lived in Marion, which is just outside of West Memphis. And they drove up here to Jonesboro and did some shoplifting at a store. I don't know which one. And the manager called the police and made a report that they ran out of the store with a whole bunch of clothes or something like that, and provided the license plate to Jonesboro Police Department, who entered that license plate into the Flock database. And just a few moments later, there was a hit in Truman, which is about 10 miles outside of Jonesboro and the next county over, Poinsett County. And that notified the state troopers that they had a theft suspect rolling through. And so 2 Arkansas state troopers that were in the general area honed in on the suspect vehicle and made a traffic stop, and they arrested those 2 ladies and recovered a whole bunch of stolen merchandise. And Jonesboro Police Department, who was working the theft report, actually came to the scene because it was their call. It was their theft. I mean, that's, again, primary jurisdiction for Jonesboro is Jonesboro Police Department. And so they were working that theft case. And so the officer actually made it on scene and arrested the 2 ladies and took them to the Craighead County Jail and booked them in for theft. And I pulled the footage from Jonesboro on that, so we had the body camera and the transport to jail. And also we had the footage from the state troopers on that deal. So if you go on to Natural State Transparency, if you go to the YouTube channel, like on your phone or on a laptop, and you look up Natural State Transparency, you can actually there's a magnifying glass icon somewhere on the page that you can search the videos. If you want to watch that video, search it. I've only done one video like that. It's called Theft Crew. So if you'll just go do that search and type in Theft Crew, that video will come up. And it's a good video to watch, because I think I even put radio traffic on there and everything. I really put a lot into that video. Now, the other controversy with I told you about the benefits of the Flock camera, but here's the other side of that. And I also understand this, and I'm really torn in the middle. I understand the benefit of Flock cameras for serious crimes. I totally can appreciate if a child was kidnapped, or something like that, or it was a missing elderly. Y'all, we're not just talking about like, crimes. You might have a dementia patient, someone that didn't need to be driving and they forgot where they were at, where they were going. That happens, guys. That's called a silver alert. They issue a silver alert here in Arkansas. I don't know about other parts of the country, but if we have like an Alzheimer's or a dementia patient, it's, someone that's suffering from those diseases, and they lose their head and they don't know where they're going, they enter those license plates into Flock, and that does help what don't we yield to this emergency vehicle here? I don't know where they're going. I had the radio turned down. I guess I was talking too much, but anyway. So I guess the flock camera can also be helpful for like finding missing elderly people that have, you know, a mental issue, or there's a lot of different reasons why somebody would utilize the camera system to help them out. But there's also the other side to that coin, which is, how do you police that? How do you prevent abuse? How do you prevent an officer from putting your license plate number in because he just didn't like you and you pissed him off or her off? So they go and they put your information in flock so that they can track your every move. And you know, it's a slippery slope. I don't want to start spitting scenarios like that, but I mean, at the same time, it's a concern. Why wouldn't it be? It's certainly a concern I have, and it's certainly a concern that I've heard expressed. So, you know, there's good and there's bad with it. And, you know, do you trust a company do you really trust this company what are they doing with your data? Like, what are they doing with your license plate information? Are they selling your information to some other place? Or, you know, there's just a lot to it. Serious concerns about it. So I don't want to act like I'm just all pro flock, because again, as I just told you, I can truly see the both sides of it. And I agree that it could be very helpful, you know, if we, you know, and I don't want to hear this, if we recovered one child, it was all worth it. I hate blanket statements like that. I'm sorry, I disagree with that. I understand the sentiment of it, but I do not like rationalizing that, because if we could just save one child, it made it all worth it. I don't want to hear that. You might disagree with me, and that's fine, but I don't want to hear that, because that's, you know, what about my privacy? You know what I'm saying? And then, yes, I already know, just because I brought that up, somebody or three of y'all are probably going to chime in and say, but you're in public, you have no expectation of privacy. You're the one that watches the First Amendment auditors on YouTube. Yes, I know. I can be the first to tell you that. Yes, I understand. I get it. But I don't want my personal information in a private company's database that I didn't even invite into my life. Does that make sense? So maybe that's where I'll leave the conversation. Right there. There's been, I say I was going to leave it there. Let me give you one example of where I watched a recent video on YouTube of a police department in, I believe it was Florida. And they, or it might have been California. Actually, I think it might have been California. I said Florida. I think it's California. And this officer detective showed up, and it was because a vehicle had been spotted by the flock camera in an.
But I did check out and see that it looked like he's clearable.
In a particular neighborhood at a particular time, and it didn't. In other words, it just proved that somebody drove through the area. It didn't prove that they committed a crime, But this detective ended up citing somebody for a crime that they did not commit and had proof that they did not commit it. But the detective had the flock camera footage showing that they were in the area. And I wish dearly that I knew a little bit more details about the interaction I'm talking about so I could tell you a little bit more about it. But I just saw that video about 2 weeks ago, and I'm gonna lie to you, it just totally pissed me off because I watched that and was just, here we go. I mean, that's exactly you are exactly doing what people have major concerns with, and here you are charging somebody for a crime they didn't commit because they were in the area and you were trying so desperately to clear your case, and you just thought you had a winner, and you didn't. And it just so I don't know. I really don't know. I don't really know how I feel about it, as far as if I could even answer you if I said I wanted them to, if they needed to get rid of it or keep them around. I can see the benefit. I can see the privacy concerns as well, just as strongly.
147, your radio went completely digital. I didn't get to name that. I'm sorry.
Last name of Hill, Chris Amanda Hill, 9/13/1988, wife, female, Oracle.
Copy. Same on check for locals.
I like what Trey says. I'm going to read it real quick. Just because you went in public doesn't mean that Google should have the right to buy all of your location data from flock camera systems. You're right. I couldn't agree more. I don't, just because I get out here and I drive around and and my license plate was captured on a flock camera 2 or 3 times doesn't mean I'm guilty of a freaking crime. And it's such a slippery slope, guys and gals. It is a slippery slope, such a slippery slope. And I'm just really, I almost don't like them more than I like them. I'll just pretty much say it like that.
915-295-970, valid, Class D to Amanda Hill, front female, Jonesboro, 9/13/1988. Current limits and restrictions, no endorsements. She does have traffic. She does have a NST. She's an active parolee to a Donald Busby search warrant resolved, so we declare locals.
So we're rolling around Jonesboro right now. I'm actually at Highland and Caraway, which is one of the main drags here in Jonesboro. Highland is. We're going to go over to the old part of town, continuing to listen to the radio, see if they put out a hot call. Yeah, why don't we go over here to Murphy, USA and check the air pump real quick. You might say to yourself, why would you check the air pump at Murphy, USA in Jonesboro?
Right.
So today or
Copy.
It's not the air pump. I lied. Oh, I just get a kick out of that sometimes. My damn fans on the channel, they just be putting my bumper sticker everywhere. Can I say? Well, we love them though. We love them for doing it. Oh man, what a dead night.
6-0 dispatch. Show me 97447.
Yeah, we're going to head towards downtown Jonesboro real quick. We're again in the retail district. There's no retail happening right now, so we're going to go down here. And if something doesn't pop off, excuse me, if something doesn't pop off before too much longer, I'll probably call it. Sure is nice to not have to drive in a bunch of traffic, though. I have to say, Jonesboro is full of traffic. Now, surprisingly, it's not as bad as Fayetteville. I'll tell you what, the worst traffic spot in Arkansas, in my personal opinion, is Fayetteville and up there in Rogers and Bentonville. My God. Traffic up there is horrendous. But Jonesboro isn't far behind that, especially at the peak times of the day around here. There's always a lot of traffic. So it sure is nice to not have to put up with that right now. And I know I got a bottle of water in here somewhere. Where did I do with it? I need that water. So, again, we are in downtown Jonesboro. We're on Main Street. This is the main drag. I took you down the main drag of Paragould earlier before we met up with Corporal Morphus there and had a conversation. And the downtown district of Jonesboro has the same kind of string lights across the top, like a canopy of lights. You see Jonesboro still got their Christmas decorations up here on their poles. And we're going to slow roll. The good thing is I don't have anybody behind me right now because there's no traffic. So actually we can really slow roll the downtown district here and not have to yield to traffic because there is none. So this is the downtown district of Jonesboro. I'm going to kind of ride in the middle here. Since I don't have anybody behind me here in front of me. So you can really take it in. It sure is nice through here. I've always enjoyed coming down here, both to Jonesboro and to Paragould. They've got pretty neat little downtown sections, and I'd say Jonesboro has a little bit more stuff to do. They have more restaurants and bars in here than they do at the Paragould's downtown district, but they have salons, boutiques, jewelry, gift shops. And so we are cruising. We are slow cruising right here. Not a lot going on down here, is there? Dim Sum Ramen bar. And there's more restaurants down here than there is in Paragould. There's a clothing store right there.
$135, dispatch, traffic stop. C.H. Johnson and Red Wolf with Boy David Henry, 63 George, BDH 63G, got a red Jeep.
So, Jonesboro, you just made a traffic stop there. You heard that. We're not too far from there because I'm actually coming up on Johnson right now. So why don't we mosey on over there? Might give us something to look at. Yeah, I tell you what, the downtown district of Jonesboro is really nice.
I was just going to let you know that tag is tied to a Ford Kennedy, who is a RSO. England Life.
10-4 Raleigh, 10-12 with that individual with fuel running in for locals.
Yes, Perfect.
Okay. So the dispatcher just advised the unit on the traffic. Hang on, I'll tell you in a second. The dispatcher just advised the unit 135 is the call sign for the unit that just made the traffic stop at Johnson and Red Wolf, that the vehicle, the registered owner of the vehicle that he is out with by that license plate is an RSO. What do you think the acronym RSO stands for? Put your guesses in the comments. I bet you might be pretty right. But anyway, put your guesses in the comments. What do you think an RSO is? What does that sound like to you? If you took the first letter of, RSO, what is that?
Clearing the locals to show the vehicle leave at dangerous Spillman, active supervision with a search waiver, and showing to be that RSO in compliance.
Hey, good night, Chris. So one guess is reserve sheriff officer. I guess, yeah, that would be a good guess.
Copy.
Half Pint wins. That is a registered offender of sex. Yes, that. Nailed it. Ding, 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 ding. So the traffic stop that you see on the left of your screen right now as I'm approaching it is an RSO driver.
135 dismissed.
This is him keying up right now, too.
Feet 15, one time, serving next 1011. Serving a transport unit as well, please.
Well, dang.
Copy.
I guess homeboy's going straight to jail. Start a 1011, that means start a wrecker. He needs a transport unit as well. Yeah, he's definitely standing there in handcuffs. Oh man. Well, why don't we pull into the fire department over here? Let's see if I can park on the street right here. I bet I can. I bet I can. I bet I can pull over. Actually, I bet I can pull over right here and zoom in. Because remember, I've got the super duper camera 5000 tonight. So we can actually probably zoom in on that. Maybe. Get past that little red gate right there, though. Let's see if I can zoom in on that without it being in the way.
Under last.
Go ahead.
Sellers is en route. He said it's just going to take us just a little bit to get there.
10-4, I'll be here.
And Johnson and Red Wolf back in transport. Okay. Dispatch 110. Take care of the transport for Johnson and Randolph.
Half Pint says, did he forget to check in? Well, I'll tell you, I heard the return. And when they advised that he was an RSO, they said that he was in compliance. I heard them say that twice. So for at least the RSO part of this, he is in compliance unless he's doing something related to that right now on this traffic stop. I don't know. But I will tell you, though, that I believe that, you know, it's 2:18 in the morning right now here in Jonesboro, Central Standard Time, of course, for you folks not from Arkansas. And so in the 2 a.m. hour, most of the folks that are driving around out here, there's not very many people driving around, but the few that are, some of them may be intoxicated. Some of them might be up to no good. You know, they're out here looking to break into some stuff. This guy was also, here's another little detail. Not only was he a RSO, but he actually is an active parolee, which means he's been to prison and he's on parole, and he's got a search waiver on file. So that for the folks that don't know what a search waiver is, that is a stipulation to be released on parole from prison in Arkansas. You have to agree that for the privilege of being on parole, or in some cases probation, because it can be either one, that you will agree to be placed on a status where you can be searched at any time for any reason. You have to agree to waive your right to being searched. So again, when they have your, you know, paperwork and your signature on that paper that says you're agreeing that for the privilege of being on parole or probation, you can be searched, that is called having a search waiver on file. You will hear that on the return quite often. So that's exactly what has happened. They probably searched his vehicle. Maybe they located some contraband they shouldn't have found, you know, he shouldn't have had. Maybe he was drunk. Those are my thoughts. You know, I don't know. We're not at the scene. I can't ask him, but.
Copy.
And then Half Pint also says, not, you know, maybe out past his court ordered curfew. Yeah. Again, they can have stipulations like you're not allowed to be out at night. I mean, that's true. Yes. Third officer's arriving right now. Looks like this is the transport officer. I'm trying to get y'all a good view. Half Pint's asking if his name came across. It probably did, honestly, but I wasn't. I'm sorry, I wasn't focused on the name. So if they did give the name, I didn't hear it. I don't remember. I don't think they did, but I'm not sure about that. So we got 3 units here, and I don't know why they requested the other unit to transport. I don't know why. I don't understand. Okay, we might just leave it right here on that view right there. All right. Well, I'm going to back up, and that situation right there appears to be under control. So there's really nothing for me to film outside of just a traffic stop here. So let's back up and get out of here, I guess.
Mary Aggie with Arkansas 532 Zebra William John 532 ZWJ on a white SUV.
Sorry.
Another Jonesboro officer just made a second traffic stop up here at Aggie Street. I didn't catch the cross. But we are pretty close to that, so let's go to that.
Dispatch, I'll be back tonight.
Oh, well, duh. I see now what it is, K-9 unit. Both of those 2 officers were K-9 units. That's why they needed a transport officer. That would make, that would make perfect sense, wouldn't it? Yeah. Can't ride back there with the dog now, can he? So I was speculating on wondering why they needed a transport officer, and it didn't even dawn on me that those could be K-9 units. So both of those 2 officers in the front were K-9 units.
Okay.
Makes perfect sense. We're coming up on Aggie Street now, I believe. And I think the unit that made the traffic stop has already cleared it. I think he just cleared it. So as soon as he made the stop, I think he cleared it. Must have not been anything to it. Yeah, I don't know where that goes. Where is this? So we're at Aggie. We're at Aggie right now, but I don't know. At the Arkansas State University here. A-State. I don't see any blue lights. Sure, I don't see any blue lights.
There's dispatch 97.
I don't know. I have a feel if I keep driving around in Jonesboro, you never know, I might get pulled over, right? I told y'all earlier in the broadcast, I don't know how many of y'all were watching. Wow, you're driving like a total moron. Wow. I'm going 40 miles an hour, and that guy was probably doing greater than 60. Yes, I'm gonna let him get pulled over. What do you say? Oh, goodness gracious. What I was saying a minute ago was, in all the times that I've done a live stream, I've never been pulled over. Not one single time. And only one time when I was doing a live stream did I have officers come ask me what I was doing. I will say that that was as close as I've ever had to have that happen. I filmed a DWI accident on Chenal Parkway in West Little Rock at a bank parking lot where the driver ran over the median part of the entrance to the bank and got his vehicle stuck because he was drunk, and he wrecked out, and he got his vehicle stuck up on a curb, and I think he damaged their bush or whatever. He damaged the shrubbery there in front of the bank. And I pulled I heard the call go out for medical for that one. They sent rescue to that accident with possible injury. And so when I heard that, I posted up and filmed it, and one of the LRPD officers was yelling at me from across the street, and then they finally crossed the street and came up to me and says, "Hey, are you okay? You need some help?" I said, "No, I'm filming. I'm just filming y'all in the course of your duties, you know." I introduced myself as James with the channel Natural State Transparency, and they were too young. A lot of youngins don't know my channel. These officers were so young and rookie new, they didn't even know we had a channel. So, you know, they didn't act like they were real impressed, and that doesn't matter to me if you're impressed or not. I don't do this for you to be impressed, per se. Hey, look, there's the Jonesboro cop again. Remember I passed him earlier? He's still in the same spot. Hadn't even moved. Yep, I see ya. I sure do. So anyway, that one time that I had officers ask me what I was up to while filming them was the only time that's ever happened either. It's the only time that's ever happened. Yeah, I was on Red Wolf. I've moved on. I'm seeing some of the comments here. Oh, go right. I'm looking at your comments now, Half Pint. I didn't see your comments there until just now. Yeah. Oh, there is just Not a lot going on. I'm probably going to call it before long. This is getting kind of tired.
There go dispatch colors or something.
Probably.
I'm going to find this bottle of water real quick. Okay, there it is. Yay. Let's get that bottle of water going real quick. Like.
There go dispatch from you some in the next hello.
Agreed. That's the unit for Bug Manor. Engine 6 and Emerson. I got a call because of finding that his wife was hurting the apartment F at Bug Manor. Come to find out, apparently she's pregnant. He then disconnected the line, is refusing to answer the door, won't answer any questions, says that she's not hurting anymore. He won't answer her phone either.
You know, why don't we go to that? Garden Manor. Let me look that up real quick, actually. Let's see. Garden Manor in Jonesboro. Let's see, where is that? So what that call was about was Garden Manor Apartments. That's over there on, what's that? 90, let's see, Bridge Street and, okay, I know where that's at. All right, well, we'll head that way, why not? So anyway, I don't know that y'all caught the narrative on that, but basically, I saw the fire truck a minute ago rolling around.
We're seeing one of them filling out the county. If you haven't already, can you sign 135 case number?
123, 123.
But anyway, long story short, they responded, the Jonesboro Fire Department responded on a medical call. They got on scene, the husband saying that the woman's fine, she doesn't need medical and won't answer the door, and the fire department finds that to be suspicious. So they're going to have the police department respond with them over there and figure out if everything's okay with the lady. Well. Let's see. If I would have wanted to, I really probably should have turned back there, huh? Yeah. That's okay. So we're going to Bridge Street. It's on the other side of Johnson. It's in another neighborhood. So let's go down here. Let's listen to this, though.
With dispatch 10-8, PC search on 20.
I can actually go on. Yeah, here we go. Who just waved at me? Wait. No, I just missed you somehow. I'm so sorry. Untamed kitten, I didn't even see you wave. I'm waving back right now. I'm sorry I didn't see you there. What we got going on here? Yeah, Ducks are live. 78 says what I'm saying. Hopefully the pregnant woman isn't in a domestic violence situation. You're right. I hope not either. But there's a Jonesboro unit just sitting there. Is he in his car? I swear to God, Jonesboro's got more cops just posted up all over the place. You go to Little Rock right now, you wouldn't find a single one. They'd all be hiding behind buildings and shit. They sleep at night. They don't want to work. And I'm sorry if I'm offending anybody, but you know, not all of them. I don't want to say that. There's good officers in every department, but there's also bad officers in every department. Lazy officers that don't want to work. And so yeah, a night like this, they tend to go behind a building and sleep. But Jonesboro, on the other hand, they're all out in the open. They're not messed up about it. They're just everywhere. All right, so where are we at? In this Bridge Street right here? Yes, okay. So we are on our way to Garden Manor Apartments. I looked it up. It's 1600 Bridge Street. I believe that was the address there. I'm not sure I even know where I'm going.
Good.
What else? The gray passenger door. So I have Mary Victor versus 0. Mary Victor 48, DMV 48.
Copy.
So there is the fire truck right there. So I bet you that bridge call. Oh no, I knew they just called this traffic stop in. He's just making it. He just called it in. Now he's making it. Right in front of me here at Johnson, just past Main Street, almost to Culver House. Since I just saw the fire truck, that means the officers probably just got on scene and got it cleared up, and the fire truck's leaving. So I'm not gonna worry about going to that call, but we'll watch this traffic stop anyway.
Copy. You're right.
However, that's what you call me, 10-8 report.
Copy.
Of course, they're on a stretch where there's like nowhere for me to pull off.
Dispatcher 2 on Latent, Arkansas.
Jehovah.
West of Pryor, first of Lisa Pryor, 1986, black female. So,
Stand by, Central Locals.
All right, we're on Culver House now. We're going to do a Yui here and see if I can. Hell, I can zoom in on that, but you're not going to see anything because I'm at the wrong angle for this traffic stop, but I'll do a Yui.
147.
okay.
918-076-993. Valid Class D for Lisa Pryor. Black female at Jonesboro. 92 of 86. She does have traffic. No numbers. She'll be clear on locals.
10-4, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Jonesboro will pull you over in a flat second. You know, I believe that. I do believe that. And, I mean, I can appreciate that in some ways if you're out here doing bad. They haven't pulled me over. I've been waiting on it. Yeah, I'm not scared to get pulled over. I actually embrace it when it happens. Some people get real freaked out about traffic stops, and I understand the reasoning behind it. I'm not even trying to downplay it. I totally understand. I get it. Traffic stops can be very stressful. But every time I get pulled over, I just embrace it. I heard there used to be a restaurant through here. Was there a restaurant where this bridge used to be that I'm on? I heard there was a restaurant between the railroad tracks here, which is actually really cool if there was. Now they got a flock camera here. How convenient. Got them everywhere, don't they? Hey, y'all want some good food? Go right here. You want some good food? Go right here to the Chef's Inn. Chef's Inn right here. This is not a paid sponsorship of the Chef's Inn. I can just tell you from experience, it's good. It's really good. I love it. The Chef's Inn.
Well,
Got a flock camera on that pole right there. You can see it. That flock camera just scanning license plates.
1021 West Huntington, 1021 West Huntington for domestic disturbance and progress. Caller advised there's a woman there that will not leave. We're still getting further.
Okay, they just put a domestic out at 1021 West Huntington. I happen to be 0.6 of a mile away from that.
and it's not going to be like me with a search.
So we're not far at all from the Huntington call. The dispatcher was still advising the call takers trying to get further information, so they're going to give an update here.
Okay, now from just 22. Y'all can check the area if you would look.
Yep, Mom.
Oh, I was going the wrong way. I see where I made the mistake. All right. Well, you know, I don't know everything about Jonesboro, so that's understandable.
Touch. 694, taking this roof. Copy.
Yeah, Half Pint was talking about that Chef's Inn is more like a cafe line than a buffet. You know, it really is. You're right. I'll tell you what, they got a steady stream of customers. Every time I go in there, it's packed for lunch, and they sure have a lot of people that love that place. They're doing very well financially. You can tell they're not suffering. They have a good following of people that are keeping them in business for sure. Alrighty, well, I don't know. I haven't heard any updates on that domestic call, and I think they may have canceled them. I'm not 100% sure I heard that right. We'll drive through there anyway just to see. Why not? I think I see some police right here. I'm almost sure of it. So I think that the call was canceled for the...
This table is called 2023 Tanglewood. They're advising that there's a tow truck driving around, shining a spotlight in the area of their driveway. I don't know what tow company, but they think it's weird because it's 3 a.m.
That's a laughable call, but anyway. So we're on scene at the domestic. I think the officer, they were called off. They're not down here. That was the officer that was down here. He just left. But anyway, so somewhere on Tanglewood here in Jonesboro, a person called to report a tow truck driver shining their spotlight in the area, and they found that to be suspicious at 3 a.m. Newsflash, I bet you he's there trying to repossess a vehicle at 3 a.m. What do you think? Deductive reasoning, but let's call the cops and waste their time on that. Yeah, for sure. Let's do that. Repo.
I didn't hear you on that can pick up this 911 abandoned.
Again, on the way to the desk.
If you don't mind.
What I need.
Yeah, somebody's car is going to car jail at 3 a.m. in Jonesboro. Hashtag pay your bills. So I'm currently on Washington Avenue. I'm coming up on G Street, which is an older section of town here.
Look at the switch. County, 1981, Randolph 17.
Copy.
I'm gonna drive down this way, actually. Hold on a minute. Let's see what they're up to. I think I saw... Okay. Somebody walking around with a blanket on, presumably homeless. Yeah, I've seen several people out here with blankets since I've been driving around. We've got some folks that are homeless here in Jonesboro, and they all have had blankets, though. All of them that I've seen out here has had a big old blanket. And I've seen about 3 different people walking around with blankets on themselves. Walking around. Now, certainly, I don't think it should be ever criminal to be homeless. I think that's ludicrous. But when you see people walking around at 3 a.m. and there's nothing else going on in town at all, and everybody is asleep, I've talked about this before when I've done live streams in Little Rock, because I lived in Little Rock for a long time, and I used to get out and drive around. What's interesting is I have gotten out and driven around just to relax. Like, that's something that I do as a personal thing. Like, when I'm all wound up for the day and I can't sleep, or I'm just whatever, sometimes I'll go get in my car and just drive around for a little bit. That always seems to make it better. But when you get out here and you start driving around, sometimes you can't help but to notice things like people breaking into cars, people breaking into buildings. And I have absolutely caught several times people doing those very things. I've actually caught somebody stealing a car before, breaking into a car and stealing it, and actually witnessing them get it started and drive away. That happened when I was real young. And I was about 21 or 22 when that happened. And, you know, it just makes you wonder. It just makes you wonder.
Copy.
I don't want to accuse
Copy.
I don't want to accuse any of these folks I see out here walking around right now as breaking into anything. I don't think that, but occasionally you can't help but notice when it's happening. I've driven around before and actually caught a house that was on fire. That happened in Little Rock, and no one had called it in, so I called 911 and got the fire department coming because the attic was on fire of a house. And all that was just lucky timing. I just was driving around and I happened to catch it at the right moment. Just driving around, slow rolling, checking out the neighborhoods, familiarizing myself like I'm doing right now. I'd be the first to tell you I don't know everything about Jonesboro because I'm not native to Jonesboro, but I am learning the longer I live in Northeast Arkansas. I can tell you everything you ever wanted to know about Little Rock, though. Oh, that's a nice Buick. That's a nice car. Oh, this is a rough road. Half Pint says, you know a lot for not being native. Well, Elizabeth has helped fill in the gaps.
Right.
So Miss Elizabeth has helped me fill in the gaps. Plus, I love history. I'm a history guy. I'm weird. I have ADHD.
Well, you haven't been called for anything in that area.
I have ADHD. I've always had that since I was a kid. And I have some weird...
There is a tow truck over here, but here's the driver's license. There's the truck's parked.
Sometimes I have weird tics. One of the things I like to do, and actually so does Elizabeth, is we like to look at old school maps and study maps.
165 dispatch, traffic stop.
Go ahead.
Wilkins. Yeah, Wetzler. Arkansas, Adam Johnson, Paul, for the Gray Charger.
Wilkins.
We Arkansas, Adam, 974, ATA 978.
Copy.
46 is supposed to work.
Go ahead.
Johnson Miller on Arkansas, Frank Boyd, and George John, SFBUJG on a flag. That's 250.
So they just made 2 traffic stops, one at Wilkins and Metzger, and we're not far from that one, so we're going to head to Wilkins right now.
They advised me to my call. You sure back to me? I don't guess.
Copy. Thank you.
Jim says he got to go on the submarine in North Little Rock. That was cool. That's cool because I've never been to that.
Hi, good morning.
So actually, we're really close to this traffic stop. Let's go check it out real quick.
Last of Pruitt, Paul, Robert Union, Ida, Tom, first of Tia, 3:26:97.
Frank, Lloyd, Union, George, or John George.
Is showing ownership C, checking in for court registration. One, two, two, five.
Good.
935-902. Route 546 was valid. Class D to a T in Pruitt. Black female out of Jonesboro. 3/26/1997. Corrective ones are restricted. No endorsements. Minor traffic. No numbers. Surely clear chemicals. Yo.
Oh, goodness. So that traffic stop ought to be right up here. Somewhere up here. It's probably over the hill here. I need to make sure I have my registration and my proof of insurance ready to show them when they pull me over, because they're probably going to pull me over if they keep seeing me drive by their traffic stops. What do you think? Oh yeah, perfect. All right, so the traffic stop's right here. Hopefully they're not blocking the road. So there you have it. There you have it.
Friend.
Let me clear from like that. You tell me right 94.
Ooh, they're tossing the vehicle. Okay. Cool. So they are tossing the Charger here at Metzger and Wilkins. I guess, you know, it probably smelled like weed or something, right? I don't know if that's worth driving back by or not. There was another traffic stop that happened just down the street from here too. Well, they require proof of insurance, though. I totally agree with you that it's electronic and they can tell if you have it or not, but the state law, the state statute still requires you to have proof of insurance. And so it's a real, you know, again, that's a real minor nitpicking thing. Like, I mean, you really got to be some kind of cop to write somebody for no proof of insurance when you've ran their tag and it shows that they have insurance. That's pretty That's some petty ass shit. Let me just put it like that, okay? It's really petty. So, but it is technically still required. You still have to be able to present proof of insurance. And, a lot of people have it on their phone, so they can just show it on their phone. I'm not saying it's not petty, because I think that's the most pettiest thing in the world. To, if they can run your license plate, it says you have insurance, then, that doesn't make sense to me that you have to show proof of it. But you technically do. Still. Let's see if I have proof of insurance. I think it's in my door here, actually. Let's see if it is. Oh, where's my registration? In case I get pulled over, because I'm feeling like it is probably going to happen, given that I've been all over Jonesboro and I still haven't been pulled over yet. So let's see.
Hey, morning.
Tommy?
Yep. I got my registration right here. I just want to make sure I have it very handy. Because I'm so surprised. I have not been pulled over yet. I'm really surprised rolling around this time of night in Jonesboro. Well, and that's really cool that they do that in Paragould, because don't worry about showing it if it shows up in the system. And most cops the ones that I feature on the channel seem to be of the same mindset. It's like, well, if it shows up, don't worry about it. But I have seen a trooper or two tell them that no matter if it shows up or not, you still have to provide proof of it. So they need to see it on your phone or a paper copy. So, yes, it just really depends on who you get. Doesn't it all? Doesn't it always depend on who you get? Now there goes the tow truck. There goes that tow truck. Maybe somebody will find it suspicious. So suspicious, that tow truck is. I can think of a lot of better vehicles that I would rather be driving than a tow truck if I were going to be out here committing crimes. I'll say that. Tow truck's pretty damn obvious. You are who you are if you're driving that. It's not easy to blend in a tow truck. So I don't know why that would be suspicious. Oh well. Where are we at? We're back on Wilkins again. Back on Wilkins. I'm going to drive back by that traffic stop and see if they are still there. I think they advised that they got off of that traffic stop, so we'll see if they're still there. I bet they probably wrapped it up, though. No, they're still on it. They are still on that traffic stop. Well, folks, it is 3:15 in the morning here in Jonesboro, Central Time. And given that...
112, 165.
Well, let's listen to this call real quick. Hang on before I call it. Let's see what this is.
Finish drive for us.
Links Department 5, 1200 Links Department 5. It's probably just vandalism, possibly, or a suspicious person. We haven't gone to dispatchers for like one advising just camera footage of someone acting strange in front of her ring camera at this location. He tells he's trying to break in or not. That this man approached her fiance and stated he was Deputy Adams from our county. There's a white Charger with green and yellow logos on top.
Huh.
You can show us 10 minutes from the stop with the warning. What's up, copies in there?
Alright.
Well, that was kind of a weird call that went out there about a possible impersonator of law enforcement in a Charger with green and yellow lights. And something about a suspicious... I couldn't really understand most of her... Some of these dispatchers, they be speaking so fast you can't understand them. Well, I am going to start toward the house. And, you know, if anything pops off, say in the next 5 or 10 minutes, then I will divert back to the... See, now, where in the hell are you going? Right here. Hold on, where am I at? Yeah. See, so there's another one of those situations where somebody's walking around at 3 a.m. with a backpack.
That's Urban, Arkansas, Adam Mary Floyd, 165 at AMD, 165 on the Gold, use the best part.
I'm going to go back this way real quick. I just saw...
To the Links call. Apparently, with his body, sometimes he always said that he was security for the Links. But there's definitely not security for the Links.
Still on scene.
She says she can't tell, she can't see the stairwell from her camera. He isn't directly in front of her door, though.
Yeah, I see you. And you see me. We saw each other. We sure did. And I tell you right now, I really hate to say it, but when you're in a residential neighborhood at 3:19 in the morning with all black and a black backpack, and you're walking around looking like you're jonesing out on meth, you know what I think? Call it a hunch. Call it a hunch, maybe. Maybe I'm profiling, though I'm not the police, so really you can't really accuse me of doing anything wrong because I am not the cops. But why would you be walking through a residential neighborhood at 3:19 in the morning with a black backpack and a black outfit and you look like you're high on meth? Why would that be? Are you possibly going through people's carports and trying vehicle car doors? Maybe trying to get some money scraped up for some more meth. I'm not real sure. Call it a hunch. So I saw a gentleman back here that fits that description doing that, but I didn't see him in a carport or trying somebody's car door handles, so I'm going to stop short of driving by him another time because I didn't see him doing that, but it just makes me wonder.
Sure.
Stop lying. This man is not so certain.
Now, when I used to live in Little Rock, remember I told y'all sometimes I'd drive around at night, but I also used to work as a dispatcher for the city of Little Rock. So I used to take those calls. I used to take those calls in the middle of the night. And I also used to live in a part of Little Rock that was rougher than other parts of Little Rock. And I will tell you that, yeah, 3 a.m., I absolutely have on my own cameras at my house observed people doing exactly what I just described, all blacked out, backpack, walking through the streets, 3 a.m., going through carports, trying car door handles on my block. And I had it on film, or camera rather. Yes, that stuff does happen. It happens a lot. Yeah, Jim, it sure is. I know, it's very disheartening, actually, to see how it has gotten worse. And,
That's just the caller one contact.
it's just sad.
Your caller is currently at work in this one right now.
I say one contact.
She's just waiting for us to call back. She didn't advise any, three contacts. She can show you all the video as well. So I want to go to medical base.
Never email that to 112 for his report.
Copy.
Well, all right. I'm going to start towards the house. I'm on the service road now, Alexander Road, rather. So we're going to follow this a little bit. Then I'll get on the freeway and head back to my house. I'll stay live till 3:30. If nothing pops off, then I'm going to sign off at 3:30 and head to the house. So we got 7 more minutes. We'll listen and see if there's anything else that's going to happen. Hot priority call, you never know. Fire department might put out a structure fire, you never know. Those kind of things do happen in the middle of the night.
Copy.
That's the old Big Lots / the old Walmart right here. Now it's the old Big Lots, and it is all gone. I used to like going into Big Lots. It was always fun to go in there and check out what they had. Well, we will go live again soon. Elizabeth and I are talking about going live. Oh, I don't know when we were talking about going live. We were going to go live soon, though. Oh, goodness gracious. I don't know when. This might be the last live stream for a couple of weeks anyway. Gotta going on a little trip coming up pretty soon. So I'm gonna go on a little trip and I'll be back. So I'd say our next live stream actually might be maybe in 2 weeks. I'm not sure. I might do one more live stream before the trip. So if that happens, that would be sometime this week. I might sneak down to Little Rock and do a live stream on Wednesday night or something.
Like this shop, we can't locate any rooms here.
We did achieve that video, and we're going to send that over to you.
Jim says he wants to ride Amtrak from Denver to San Francisco, and I've done that. And it's beautiful through there. Donner's Pass.
Right.
You go through Truckee, California.
Have a good morning.
And I've done it. I've absolutely done that. Oh goodness, I've ridden most of the Amtrak network now. I've been on the Texas Eagle, Coast Starlight, Empire Builder, California Zephyr, the City of New Orleans, Crescent, the Northeast Regional,
Those videos should be in your inbox.
Lakeshore Limited. I guess that's it. I still need to do the Silver Meteor, Silver Star, Auto Train, and the Cardinal, and the Floridian. And then there's also the state-sponsored trains like the Illinois service and the Wolverine and the Vermonter. I'd like to do that one. There's still several more that I'd like to do, but I've done those. Jim says he rode in August, he loved it. I did too. I love it too. And they're finally starting to get some new equipment. It is taking them forever to get some new equipment, and there's various reasons for all of that. But they are finally starting to get some new equipment, and it's pretty neat. So it is now 3:30. If you want to stay live with me long enough to drive through Bono, I'll drive through Bono one more time on the way home. And I'm going to sign off from Bono, so we'll sign off there. Well, thank you. Thank y'all so much for staying tuned, for the ones that stuck with it and hung out. I really appreciate each and every one of you who watch and like this channel. You hit the like button, and you give me wonderful feedback, and I just really appreciate all that. Thank you so much for watching this channel and actively participating with it, believing in it, being about it, We certainly do appreciate it. We're going to continue to rock on and keep bringing you good, compelling content to watch. I'm not going to necessarily call it entertainment, because sometimes it's not entertaining, but I'm going to tell you, we'll bring you compelling content to watch. Things that are compelling to watch. And, the new year just begun, and we've got some requests in already, and we've got some good things coming in the works. And I'm really happy about that. Plus, I've got this little trip I'm about to take. We're going to get that knocked out real quick. I've had it planned for about 6 months. So we're going to take a little trip and enjoy ourselves, and that's just how that's going to go. So we will definitely be trying to get some of those pursuits that we were talking about earlier. I have not forgotten the one that got chased into Missouri, in Clay County up there, Corning. So that's one that I've had several people talk about. We're going to get that one for sure. I've got the Corning footage. I just don't have the state police footage yet. But it's coming. It'll be here before you know it. So we're on Crowley's Ridge right now, Crowley's Ridge, and we are heading to Bono. We'll be in Bono in just a minute. Have to look out for deer right now, real bad. It's deer season, and they are definitely out and about. So I got to make sure that we don't have one dart out in front of us here. All right, let's see. We ought to be coming up on the intersection here. Just a minute. Crowley's Ridge.
Phone call.
Alrighty. The big town of Bono, population like 2,500 or so. The big town of Bono, Arkansas. Alrighty then. Oh. Tell you what, this is the place you'll get pulled over for right here, actually. I've had the Bono cops follow me a couple of times through here, but you know, I don't drive.
36 dispatch.
I don't drive in a manner for them to pull me over.
10-7.
You never know. We might be able to find the Bono cop. Where's he at? I don't know that they have a night shift cop. I think they do, because they do a lot of traffic stops out on the bypass. They try to pull over a lot of stuff here in this little town. Don't hit Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer. Yeah, I'll try not to. I will try not to. Let's see, what does Bradley say here? Great live stream tonight. Can't wait to see more of your state. Well, thank you very much. And I love showing it off. That is actually something I love doing. I'm a lifelong Arkansan, and I have some knowledge of the state, and I love to share. I'm a history guy. I'm a nerd. I'm all of the above. I wear that with a badge of honor, let me tell you. Okay, well, let's see. I think I'll just go down here and sign off at the Maverick station. We'll see if we find the Bono cop hiding around here somewhere. Probably out on the highway. See, the Bono cop has one of those. I'd seen it in the chat earlier. Somebody was like, they have these vehicles where you can barely see the writing on them. Yeah. Bono has that for their squads. They have Durangos that are all blacked out. And if you're out on the main highway at night, you really don't see that damn Durango. You're just right up on it. So, you know, and if you're not seeing it but until you're on it, you're too late, because they had you on radar 300 feet ago. So, goodness gracious, goodness gracious, goodness gracious. Well, we didn't see a ton of stuff tonight. We had a very interesting conversation with an Arkansas State Trooper, which was amazing. And we did see several traffic stops. So it wasn't all a bust. We did get to see some stuff. So, we are here at the Maverick station, which is Bono's only gas station now. I used to have two, but now it's down to just this one. So, Bono only has this gas station now. Well, folks. This is James, the content creator, Natural State Transparency, and I am going to sign off and go home and try to rest. I'm still a little bit of kind of in that weird moment of I've had too much caffeine. I'm still kind of a little wired, but I'm starting to get sleepy, and I want to make sure I have enough energy to get home safely. So I don't live that far away from here. I live about, 15 minutes away or so. So thanks for tuning in. I hope you had a good time. Thanks for watching. If you hadn't already, I know I've asked, please smash the like button, please. It really helps. Thank you so much. And, be kind. Be kind to each other. We need more kindness in the world. Don't let people tell you that empathy is dead. It's not. Have empathy towards others and be kind. I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but it's better than hating people. So be kind, have empathy, have understanding. I hope you learned something tonight. We'll see you next time on NST. Good night. Peace.